Welcome, dear friends, to a comprehensive journey through the Sinnoh region, that mysterious land based on Japan's northern island of Hokkaido, where ancient myths speak of Pokémon who created time and space itself, where snow-capped Mount Coronet dominates the landscape, dividing the region into eastern and western halves, where underground tunnels connect cities through networks that trainers explore seeking treasure and fossils, and where the distortion world exists as alternate dimension, where physics operates differently than in normal reality. Tonight, we'll explore everything about Sinnoh, across 5 parts totaling hours of facts, told gently like bedtime stories about this region that introduced Generation 4 with Pokémon Diamond and Pearl in 2006. Sinnoh represented a technological leap forward for Pokémon, transitioning to Nintendo DS with dual screens, touch controls, wireless connectivity, and 3D graphics that exceeded what Game Boy Advance could render, creating games that felt simultaneously familiar and revolutionary as they honored traditions while embracing innovations that defined how Pokémon would develop throughout DS era and beyond, into future generations that built upon foundations that Sinnoh established through introducing physical divided by special split, refining online features, and creating mythology, explaining universes' origins through legendary Pokémon embodying fundamental cosmic forces. If you enjoy this Sinnoh exploration, please subscribe and share in the comments what your favorite Sinnoh memory is, whether it's your starter choice, your first time reaching Snow Point City, your battle against Champion Cynthia, or discovering the distortion world's impossible geometry that made Platinum's climax unforgettable for players who experienced Giratina's realm for first time. So settle into comfort, close your eyes whenever sleep beckons, and let us begin this gentle journey through Sinnoh, told soothingly like tales whispered around campfires, about regions where legends walk among mortals, and where ancient powers sleep beneath mountains waiting for worthy trainers to awaken them. Sinnoh is based on Hokkaido, Japan's northernmost major island, known for cold climate, mountainous terrain, volcanic activity, and relatively sparse population, compared to more densely inhabited southern Japanese islands, where previous Pokémon regions had found their real-world inspirations. The choice of Hokkaido for Generation 4 reflected Game Freak's desire to explore colder environments with snow routes and ice puzzles that earlier regions had featured only minimally, making winter landscapes central to Sinnoh's identity in ways that Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn had treated snow as optional post-game areas, rather than as integral aspects of regions where seasons affected gameplay, and where cold weather influenced which Pokémon appeared in environments that reflected Hokkaido's actual prize. Climate patterns that Sinnoh translated into game geography. Mount Coronet stands as Sinnoh's central landmark, a massive mountain range dividing the region vertically down its middle and requiring players to traverse its caves multiple times throughout their journey as new paths open through acquiring HMs that unlock previously inaccessible tunnels. The mountain's name references Corona, suggesting celestial importance, appropriate for location where Spear Pillar sits atop peak, where ancient Sinnoh people built temple for summoning Dialga or Palkia during rituals, attempting to harness time or space for purposes that history doesn't fully record but which involved architecture and sacred spaces that still function millennia after their construction by civilizations whose knowledge exceeded what modern Sinnoh inhabitants possess about manipulating dimensional barriers. The region contains 14 towns and cities, with Twin Leaf Town serving as starting location, where players begin journeys after watching television program about Red Gyarados that triggers conversation with rival about investigating nearby lake, where Professor Rowan's briefcase containing starter Pokémon awaits, an encounter that forces players to choose Turtwig, Chimchar, or Piplup when defending themselves and rival from wild Pokémon attack. This setup creates more dramatic beginning than previous games' calmer starter selections in laboratories, making first Pokémon partner feel like emergency choice made under pressure rather than deliberate selection made in safe environments, where professors explain options before players commit to partners they'll carry throughout. Adventures, spanning regions, and defeating Elite Four. Jubilife City serves as Sinnoh's largest metropolis, featuring Poketch Company headquarters, where players receive Poketch, a smartwatch-style device providing various digital applications displayed on DS's touchscreen, including calculator, dowsing machine, friendship checker, and numerous other utilities that players unlock through side quests and through collecting promotional coupons from clowns scattered throughout city. The Poketch represented innovative use of DS's dual-screen capabilities, creating device that felt futuristic within game world, while utilizing real-world hardware features that previous handheld Pokémon games couldn't implement due to lacking touchscreens that made interactive digital tools possible. Within game contexts, where they enhanced gameplay while maintaining immersion through treating touchscreen as in-universe device rather than as interface existing outside game's fiction. Eterna City contains Galactic Eterna Building, where Team Galactic establishes their first visible presence as villains, whose plans involve capturing legendary Pokémon for reshaping universe according to their leader's vision of world, without spirit or emotion. The city also features Old Chateau in nearby Eterna Forest, a haunted mansion containing ghost encounters and rare Pokémon spawns that players discover through investigating abandoned building whose history remains mysterious, though its ghosts suggest tragic past involving deaths of residents whose spirits remain trapped in mansion that time forgot as forest reclaimed grounds and as building deteriorated into ruins, where supernatural phenomena occur with regularity that makes rational explanation difficult for events that clearly involve paranormal activity. Hearthome City uniquely allows early access before players can challenge its gym leader Fantina, who doesn't appear until later in story after players complete other objectives and return to City, where gym was initially locked. This unusual progression creates memorable location that players visit multiple times throughout adventure, with each visit revealing new features or unlocking new areas as story advances, and as Hearthome's role in player journey evolves from early game city with inaccessible gym into mid-game hub, where super contests occur and where players can challenge Fantina's ghost-type team after progressing far enough that gym badge progression makes Hearthome's delayed gym challenge appropriate for power curve that game designers intended when deciding that Fantina wouldn't be immediate challenge, despite Hearthome being accessible relatively early. Veilstone City houses Game Corner, where players exchange coins for prizes, including Pokémon like Porygon, unavailable through normal encounters, though later versions removed gambling functionality after European regulations classified Game Corner as promoting gambling to children in ways that ratings boards found concerning. The city also contains Team Galactic headquarters, where players infiltrate villainous organization's main base to rescue captured Lake Guardians that Team Galactic imprisoned for extracting their power to create Red Chain capable of summoning and controlling Dialga, or Palkia, whose power over time or space Cyrus intends to exploit for destroying current universe and creating new, reality without emotions that Cyrus views as sources of conflict and suffering plaguing imperfect world that he seeks to unmake and rebuild according to specifications, eliminating spirit and feeling from existence. Pastoria City features Great Marsh Safari Zone, where players pay to enter wetlands containing rare Pokémon whose spawns vary daily, creating collection challenges for trainers seeking specific species that appear only on certain days in certain areas of vast marsh that changes constantly, making some Pokémon available only through patient waiting for correct conditions, or through repeatedly visiting, hoping to encounter desired species during windows when they're available in sections of marsh that players can reach during limited time. That Safari Zone entrance fee purchases before automatic ejection, returns players to entrance requiring new payment for continued exploration. Canalave City sits on island, connected to mainland by bridge, containing Canalave Library, where players research myths about Sinnoh's creation and where significant plot developments occur, involving Lunar Wing quest to cure Boy, suffering from nightmares caused by Darkrai's presence, disturbing his sleep. The library establishes Sinnoh's mythological depth through books describing creation myths that players can read voluntarily, creating lore that enriches world-building for players interested in narrative depth, while remaining optional for players focused on battling and collecting, who might skip extensive text dumps that library provides, through multiple volumes covering topics from creation myths to legendary Pokémon relationships to ancient Sinnoh civilization, whose ruins dot landscape and whose legacy influences present-day events. Snowpoint City represents Sinnoh's northernmost settlement, accessible only after navigating Route 217's blizzard conditions, where snow reduces visibility and where Candace's Ice-type gym awaits trainers who reach cold northern reaches, where Snowpoint Temple sits, containing Regigigas, sleeping in basement, awaiting trainers who bring Regirock, Regis, and Registeel to awaken Titan, whose power created continents according to myths, describing legendary Pokemon's role in shaping geography during ancient times, when world was young and when legendary beings directly influenced planetary development through powers that modern Pokémon lack, even when they're considerably strong by contemporary standards that don't match ancient legendaries' civilizational scale capabilities. Sunny Shore City serves as final major city before Victory Road, featuring solar panel walkways, reflecting city's focus on renewable energy through solar power that generates electricity without requiring fossil fuels or other finite resources. The city contains Volkner's electric-type gym and provides access to Waterfall Ascending Path toward Pokémon League, where Elite Four and Champion Cynthia await trainers who completed 8 gym challenge and who prepared teams strong enough to handle consecutive battles against region's most skilled trainers, whose Pokémon teams represent serious challenges, requiring strategic planning and proper type coverage that casual teams might lack if players didn't carefully consider party composition before attempting league battles that defeated teams returned to last Pokémon Center from rather than allowing continues at checkpoint. The Sinnoh Underground introduced wireless local multiplayer within cave networks beneath entire region, where players could mine for fossils, trade decorations for secret bases, play capture the flag style games with other players nearby, and create underground rooms customizing their personal spaces with furniture and decorations acquired through mining or trading. This feature utilized DS's wireless capabilities for creating shared underground world where multiple players coexisted simultaneously even when playing separate game copies, creating social gaming experience within. Sinnoh, that previous generations couldn't implement due to lacking wireless connectivity that cables had previously required for any multiplayer interaction, limiting spontaneous cooperation to situations where players specifically arranged to connect rather than automatically detecting nearby players. Pokémon Diamond and Pearl released in Japan on the 28th of September 2006, approximately 3.5 years after Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire launched in November 2002, creating longest gap between generations that franchise had experienced, as Game Freak developed games for new hardware platform, requiring engine rebuilt from scratch to utilize DS capabilities. The development time showed in polish and ambition, with Diamond and Pearl featuring significantly more content than Ruby and Sapphire while introducing online trading and battling through Nintendo Wi-Fi connection that allowed worldwide connectivity, replacing previous games' local-only multiplayer that required physical proximity between players whose Game Boys or Game Boy Advances needed link cable or wireless adapter connections. North American release occurred on the 22nd of April 2007, roughly 7 months after Japanese launch, following localization process that included translating all text, recording English voice samples for Pokémon cries that games used, adjusting cultural references that wouldn't translate internationally, and implementing region-specific features like different event distributions that various territories received through different promotional partnerships that Nintendo established with retailers and media partners in markets that Diamond and Pearl entered during worldwide rollout that made Generation IV available across all major gaming markets by end of 2007. When European and Australian releases completed global distribution. The games sold approximately 17.67 million copies worldwide combined across Diamond and Pearl versions, making them among best-selling DS titles and demonstrating that Pokémon maintained commercial viability years after initial Pokémania peak had subsided in late 1990 seconds. When franchise dominated children's entertainment before cultural attention shifted to other properties. The strong sales vindicated Nintendo and Game Freak's decision to continue developing new generations rather than treating Pokémon as concluded franchise after Generation 3, proving that audience existed for continued Pokémon adventures. Despite some industry observers predicting that franchise had peaked and would decline as children who loved first 3 generations aged out of target demographic without sufficient new children, replacing them to maintain sales at levels that earlier entries achieved. Critical reception praised Diamond and Pearl's refinements to formula, including physical divided by special split that made individual moves, rather than entire types physical or special, online features enabling global trading and battling that previous games' local-only multiplayer couldn't accommodate, expanded Pokédex featuring 107 new species bringing total to 493 Pokémon, and returned to more traditional region design after Hoenn's contentious excessive water routes that many players found tedious. However, critics noted technical issues including frequent slowdown during battles when certain moves or weather effects activated, with game's engine struggling to render effects at stable frame rate that later DS Pokémon games would optimize better after Game Freak gained experience with hardware and learned how to code more efficiently for dual-screen system. The games introduced Diamond and Pearl clans, whose conflict in ancient times influenced Sinnoh's history, and whose descendants exist in modern era, though their historical significance isn't deeply explored in Diamond and Pearl. Base games, with Pokémon Legends, Arceus eventually providing deeper examination of clan relationships and their connection to legendaries that they worshipped during periods when Sinnoh was called Hisui, and when humans lived more primitively alongside Pokémon in environments where survival required understanding creatures who were partners and threats simultaneously, depending on species and circumstances, determining pandas whether encounters were friendly or hostile. Sinnoh's starter Pokémon represent grass, fire, and water types following tradition established in Generation 1 with Type Triangle, creating balanced competitive dynamics where each starter has advantage over one and disadvantage against another. The choice between Turtwig, Chimchar, and Piplup became defining decision for Sinnoh players, whose attachment to starter often influenced which version they preferred and which champion team composition they ultimately assembled after spending entire adventure with partner. Chosen during game's opening moments, when wild Starly attack, forced selection without opportunity for reconsideration that laboratories allowed in previous games, where changing mind was possible before committing to starter. That emergency situation immediately bonds to trainer. Turtwig is the tiny leaf Pokémon, a grass type resembling small turtle with sapling growing from its head like photosynthetic fin, absorbing sunlight for energy that supplements nutrition that Turtwig obtains through eating. The Pokédex describes Turtwig's shell as being made from soil, becoming harder when Turtwig drinks water that moisturizes earth, comprising protective covering that provides defense while being alive in ways that make Turtwig's body partially plant and partially animal in combinations that we shouldn't function according to real biology, but which Pokémon reality permits through mechanisms that games don't explain beyond acknowledging that grass types blur boundaries between kingdoms of life that terrestrial biology treats as distinct categories with different cellular structures and different metabolic processes. Turtwig evolves into Grottle at level 18, transforming from quadruped turtle into larger tortoise, with multiple shrubs growing from expanded shell that serves as mobile ecosystem, supporting plant life that photosynthesizes sunlight, contributing energy that Grottle uses, supplementing diet that includes plants that Grottle consumes, despite being partially botanical itself in seemingly cannibalistic behavior, unless plants on Grottle's back are symbiotic organisms separate from Grottle proper, rather than being Grottle's own tissue that it wouldn't consume any more than animals eat their own flesh, except in extreme starvation that forces desperate measures. Grottle evolves into Torterra at level 32, becoming massive tortoise whose shell supports entire ecosystem, including trees, rocks, and potentially small ponds, depending on interpretation of Pokédex entries describing Torterra as so large that some Pokémon make their nests on its back, living their entire lives on mobile island that walks through forests or grasslands, where Torterra grazes, supporting communities of smaller species who benefit from shelter that Torterra provides, while Torterra potentially benefits from symbiotic relationships with Pokémon who might defend their home from threats, or who might contribute to ecosystem that their presence maintains through normal activities that cycle nutrients and energy through communities existing on Torterra's back. Torterra is grass and ground type, with unique typing combination at time of introduction, making it distinctive among starters, though creating problematic quadruple weakness to ice-type moves that Sinnoh's many ice-type trainers exploit brutally, especially during Elite Four battles, where Bertha uses ground types, potentially threatening Torterra, while Candace uses ice types that devastate grass types and ground types simultaneously, making Torterra vulnerable to multiple team members whose super effective attacks represent serious threats that Torterra's otherwise impressive bulk cannot fully compensate for when taking quadruple damage from attacks that single weakness Pokémon could survive with proper investment. Chimchar is the chimp Pokémon, a fire type resembling monkey with flame burning on its rear that never extinguishes, even when sleeping or when swimming, according to Pokédex entries that don't explain how underwater flame continues burning without oxygen that Sinnoh down combustion requires, unless fire types produce flames through supernatural means, rather than through chemical reactions that real fire uses for converting fuel into heat and light through oxidation that underwater conditions would prevent. The eternal flame serves as power source and as species marker, identifying Chimchar to others of its kind, or to predators who learn to avoid fire types, whose flames pose burning risks to attackers lacking fire immunity. Chimchar evolves into Monferno at level 14, earliest of 3 Sinnoh starters to evolve, reflecting fire type's traditional fast growth compared to grass type's slower development and water type's moderate pace that franchise generally maintains across generations. Monferno gains fighting type, becoming fire and fighting combination that previous fire starter Blaziken established in Generation 3, and that Infernape would continue in Generation 4, with later Generation V's Emboar repeating, yet again creating controversy about fire starters repeatedly receiving fighting secondary typing when other type combinations could provide variety, instead of making fighting feel like default secondary type for fire starters whose designs apparently steered toward martial themes that fire and fighting combination represented mechanically. Monferno evolves into Infernape at level 36, completing evolutionary line whose final form references Sun Wukong, the Monkey King from Journey to the West, with Infernape's design incorporating elements from Chinese mythology, including golden headband and staff fighting techniques that Infernape's move pool includes through moves like close combat that provide powerful stab options alongside fire-type moves, creating offensive versatility that made Infernape competitively popular despite fire and fighting typing, creating multiple common weaknesses to water, ground, flying, and psychic attacks that well-built teams carry through having water or ground types that most teams include for type coverage, making Infernape somewhat fragile when facing prepared opponents. Piplup is the penguin Pokémon, a water type resembling Emperor Penguin Chick, with blue and white coloring, appropriate for aquatic bird, whose cuteness appeals to players who select starters based on aesthetic appeal rather than on competitive considerations about which starter provides best type matchups against Sinnoh's gym leaders. The Pokédex describes Piplup as proud Pokémon that hates accepting food from humans, refusing handouts, and preferring to obtain own meals through hunting that maintains independence, that Piplup values highly, according to personality descriptions, suggesting strong-willed nature that makes Piplup reject charity even when hungry, because accepting help would acknowledge dependence that pride won't permit. Piplup evolves into Prinplup at level 16, maintaining water typing without adding secondary type, that Prinplup gains only after final evolution adds steel type to create water and steel combination that Empoleon possesses. Prinplup resembles adolescent penguin with more angular features than Piplup's round design, with flippers and crown-like head crest, suggesting royal bearing appropriate for species whose name references prince and whose evolution line culminates in Empoleon, whose emperor reference completes royal nomenclature, that Piplup family employs through names evoking monarchy and nobility that Penguin's formal appearance resembling tuxedos supports through visual associations between penguin coloring and formal human attire. Prinplup evolves into Empoleon at level 36, gaining steel type that creates unique water and steel combination, providing excellent defensive typing with 10 resistances and 1 immunity, compensating for weaknesses to fighting, ground, and electric attacks that threaten Empoleon despite its otherwise exceptional defensive profile. The steel secondary typing makes Empoleon distinctive among water starters, whose secondary types, when they gain them, usually don't provide as many resistances as steel grants, making Empoleon particularly bulky. Special Wall, whose high special attack and high special defense create balanced stat distribution, allowing defensive sets or offensive sets, depending on team needs and on whether Empoleon's role involves tanking special attacks or dealing special damage through hydro pump and flash cannon stab moves. The starter choice became identity marker for players whose preference between Turtwig, Chimchar, and Piplup influenced team composition throughout adventure as players built parties around starters' types and strengths, creating balanced teams that address starters' weaknesses while maximizing opportunities to use 2/2's starters' advantages against opponents whose types were vulnerable to grass, fire, or water attacks that properly deployed starters could leverage through type effectiveness that single Pokémon could exploit when matchups favored them, even though versatility required maintaining 5 additional team members who could handle situations where starters' type disadvantages made switching preferable to forcing disadvantageous matchups. Barry serves as Sinnoh's rival, characterized by impatience and hyperactivity that contrasts with previous rivals, whose personalities ranged from friendly to antagonistic, but who generally displayed more measured temperaments than Barry, whose defining trait is rushing everywhere while finding people who delay him, creating comedy through exaggerated hurry that makes him perpetually hurried even when no deadline exists, requiring haste that Barry maintains regardless of circumstances. His Deadeye name can be customized, allowing players to rename him, though default Barry became canonical through media adaptations and through fan acceptance of name that Game Freak selected for representing this particular iteration of rival concept that each generation reinterprets through different personalities and different relationships with player character. Barry's team composition depends on players' starter choice, with Barry selecting starter that player's starter is weak against following tradition, where rival always has type advantage, creating recurring challenge throughout. Adventure, where rival battles require strategic thinking and proper team building, rather than being easily overcome through overwhelming rival with starter alone. That type disadvantage prevents from dominating rival, whose counterpick specifically addresses player starters typing. This creates incentive to develop rounded team rather than over-relying on single Pokémon, even when that Pokémon is typically strongest party member, through receiving most experience and most attention during adventure that starter naturally receives as first partner and as Pokémon whose evolution players eagerly anticipate. Barry's personality and his relationship with player differ from previous rivals, in that Barry isn't particularly competitive in antagonistic way like Blue was, or friendly in admiring way like May divided by Brendan were, instead occupying middle ground, where Barry considers player, friend, and equal, whose rivalry is based on mutual improvement rather than on proving superiority or on mentorship dynamic. His impatience extends to battles where he opens with dialogue referencing fines and hurrying before immediately beginning battle, without extended pre-battle conversations that previous rivals indulged in before combat commenced, making Barry's battles feel more immediate and making his characterization consistent across dialogue and gameplay through quick transitions that his impatient personality dictates. His father Palmer serves as Frontier Brain operating battle tower and postgame facility, creating family dynamic where Barry idolizes father and aspires to match his accomplishments while developing own identity separate from living in accomplished parents' shadow. This relationship provides motivation for Barry's journey beyond simple desire to become champion, adding personal stakes to his training that explain why he pushes himself so relentlessly and why he measures his progress against father's achievements that represent standard that Barry aims to meet or exceed through becoming strong, enough that Palmer acknowledges him as worthy successor or equal rather than as child who hasn't yet matured into trainer whose abilities match father's proven competence. Barry's final team in Diamond and Pearl includes Staraptor, Heracross, Floatzel, Snorlax, Roserade, and his starter's final evolution, creating balanced team that addresses common type weaknesses while showcasing Sinnoh Pokémon alongside Kanto species like Heracross and Snorlax that Barry somehow obtained, despite these species being relatively rare or requiring specific conditions for encountering them. The team composition suggests that Barry is a competent trainer who built proper party rather than just collecting favorites without consideration for type coverage or strategic cohesion that competitive teams require for handling diverse threats that gym leaders, Elite Four members, and Champion employ through specialized teams that exploit weaknesses in poorly constructed parties. His role in plot involves rushing ahead of player, frequently arriving at locations before player does, and commenting on what he observed or what battles he completed while waiting for player to catch up to progress that Barry achieves. Despite player presumably being equally fast in completing objectives that linear game structure sequences such that player and Barry reach various checkpoints in predetermined order, regardless of actual playtime that individual players spend on routes or in towns between story beats that both player and Barry experience in same sequence. This creates somewhat unrealistic situation where Barry is simultaneously ahead and behind, depending on moment, arriving first to locations but always losing to player in battles, suggesting that speed and battle prowess don't correlate in ways that Barry's characterization might suggest given his emphasis on hurrying everywhere, including rushing into battles that his impatience causes him to lose through insufficient preparation. Barry's character development across games shows him gradually learning patience and learning that rushing doesn't always produce best results, though this development is subtle and never becomes explicitly stated character arc, instead manifesting through dialogue changes and through Barry acknowledging players' strength in ways that show growing respect and growing maturity that adventure instills through experiences that teach him lessons about friendship, about competition, and about finding balance between ambition and contentment that allows enjoying journey rather than obsessing only about destination. That rushing toward goals sometimes causes people to overlook present moments that give life meaning beyond achievements. Professor Rowan serves as Sinnoh's Pokémon professor, specializing in research about Pokémon evolution and about how training affects evolutionary processes that transform creatures from base forms into evolved forms through mechanisms that Professor Rowan investigates through field research, and through laboratory analysis of specimens that trainers bring for his examination. His characterization differs from previous professors through being more stern and serious, lacking Professor Oak's grandfatherly warmth, or Professor Birch's adventurous enthusiasm, or Professor Elm's absent-minded academic demeanor, instead presenting as strict mentor whose high standards push assistants and whose dedication to research takes priority over social niceties that he dispenses with in favor of direct communication about scientific matters that interest him more than casual conversation. Rowan tasks player and rival with completing Pokédex by encountering and catching Sinnoh Pokémon, whose data will contribute to research database that Rowan maintains for understanding Sinnoh's biodiversity and for analyzing relationships between species that share habitats or evolutionary connections. The Sinnoh Pokédex initially includes 151 species before National Dex expansion adds Pokémon from previous regions, creating parallel to Generation I's 151 Pokémon that made the number symbolically appropriate for regional Dex that would eventually expand to include all species that existed across 4 generations when Diamond and Pearl released, bringing total Pokémon count to 493 different species that players could collect through catching, evolving, trading, or transferring from previous games. His laboratory in Sandgem Town serves as base of operations where players return periodically for Pokédex upgrades and for conversations advancing plot involving legendary Pokémon that Team Galactic pursues for their universe remaking scheme. The lab contains research equipment and contains assistants, including the player's choice between Lucas or Dawn as assistant character who takes opposite gender from player's selected character, meaning male players have female assistant Dawn, while female players have male assistant Lucas, who serves functionally identical role regardless of gender through providing tutorial information and through appearing at various story moments where assistant character witnesses events or participates in battles supporting player against Team Galactic members. Rowan's research focus on evolution connects thematically to Sinnoh's legendary Pokémon, whose powers involve creation and transformation, with Dialga and Palkia embodying time and space respectively, while Giratina represents antimatter, and the Lake Guardians embody knowledge, emotion, and willpower that Rowan investigates through understanding how consciousness emerges in Pokémon and how bonds between trainers and Pokémon affect evolutionary potential. This research provides narrative justification for Pokédex completion mechanics, while acknowledging that Pokémon universe contains mysteries that science hasn't fully explained, despite professors' efforts to understand phenomena that casual observation reveals, but that deep analysis struggles to explain through conventional scientific frameworks that may be insufficient for explaining creatures whose biology incorporates elements that terrestrial biology doesn't account for in taxonomies designed for normal animals rather than for Pokémonday. The Pokédex upgrades that Rowan provides include National Dex after defeating Elite Four, allowing players to encounter and to register Pokémon from previous regions that post-game content makes available through methods including mass outbreaks, PAL Park transfers from Generation 3 games, and Safari Zone encounters that introduce non-Sinnoh species into regional ecosystem after story concludes and after players demonstrated competence through defeating champion and through completing regional Pokédex to Rowan's satisfaction showing dedication to research that warrants access to expanded Pokédex tracking Pokémon from beyond Sinnoh's borders. Professor Rowan's relationship with Cynthia reveals that she was his assistant before becoming champion, establishing connection between Region's researcher and Region's strongest trainer that suggests Sinnoh's academic and competitive communities overlap through individuals like Cynthia, who excel in both scholarship and battling rather than specializing exclusively in one domain to exclusion of other pursuits that she maintains simultaneously through passion for both Pokémon research and Pokémon training that she pursues with equal dedication, creating champion whose strength comes partially from deep understanding of Pokémon biology and evolution that her studies under Rowan provided alongside battle experience that honed her skills. And so concludes the first part of our Sinnoh journey, having explored the region's geography based on Hokkaido, the release and reception of Diamond and Pearl that brought Generation 4 to Nintendo DS, the three starters whose choice defined player experience, the rival Barry whose impatience and energy characterized Sinnoh's friendly competition, and Professor Rowan whose research into evolution anchored the region's academic traditions. Rest now if sleep calls, or continue to Part 2 where we'll discover Sinnoh's gym leaders, Team Galactic schemes, the Elite Four challenges, and Champion Cynthia who awaits atop Pokémon League. Sleep gently, dear friends. Welcome back, dear friends, to our continuing exploration of the Sinnoh region. In this second part, we'll journey through Sinnoh's 8 gyms and meet the leaders who test trainers with specialized teams, uncover Team Galactic's sinister plans to remake the universe according to their leader's nihilistic vision, challenge the Elite Four, whose mastery represents Sinnoh's finest trainers, and finally confront Champion Cynthia, whose team has achieved legendary status as one of the most challenging final battles in Pokémon history. So, settle back comfortably, close your eyes when sleep beckons, and let us continue this gentle journey through Sinnoh's battles and conflicts that define the region's challenges, awaiting trainers who dare to pursue champion status. Sinnoh's Gym Challenge follows tradition established in previous regions with 8 type specialist leaders, whose defeat earns badges that serve as progress markers, as keys unlocking HM usage outside battle, and as symbols proving trainer competence to gatekeepers who restrict access to later routes, until sufficient badges demonstrate readiness for challenges that unprepared trainers would struggle against. The gym leaders' types and their placement create difficulty curve, introducing straightforward battles early before escalating to complex strategies requiring proper team composition and understanding of type matchups that casual players might not fully grasp without experiencing defeats that teach lessons about preparing properly for specialized opponents. Roark serves as first gym leader in Oreburgh City, specializing in rock types that traditionally serve as first gym type because rock's weaknesses to water, grass, and fighting ensure that most players' teams contain counters through starters who are water or grass type, or through fighting types like Machop available before Oreburgh on Route 207. His signature Pokémon Cranidos evolves from fossil that Roark provides after defeating him, creating generous reward that acknowledges player victory, while providing rare Pokémon whose evolution line players might not otherwise complete without his gift. Roark's team includes Geodude and Onix, alongside Cranidos, creating trio of rock types whose ground, secondary typing on Geodude creates additional weaknesses, while Onix's low, special defense makes it vulnerable to special water or grass attacks that starters carry ensuring that first gym remains accessible tutorial teaching type effectiveness through battles where advantages are obvious. Gardenia leads Eternicity's gym as grass-type specialist, whose team includes Cherim, Turtwig, and Roserade in Platinum, or Roselia in Diamond and Pearl, creating grass-type challenge that fire-type Chimchar handles easily, while water-type Piplup struggles without learning ice or flying moves that address grass weaknesses. Her gym features botanical puzzle where trainers navigate through walls of flowers that rotate when switches activate, creating navigation challenge, supplementing battle challenge, and establishing that gyms aren't just about fighting, but about solving environmental puzzles that test observational skills and spatial reasoning alongside battling prowess. Gardenia's personality presents her as energetic and enthusiastic about grass Pokémon, contrasting with Erica's calm demeanor from Kanto, while maintaining tradition of grass-type gym leaders, being female characters whose designs incorporate plant motifs into their appearances and clothing. Maylene oversees Veilstone City's fighting-type gym, marking first-time fighting-type gym appeared as early as 3rd badge position, rather than being late-game challenge that fighting gyms traditionally occupied in previous regions. Her relative inexperience, as recently appointed gym leader, creates character who is still finding confidence in her role, making her sympathetic figure whose self-doubt humanizes her, while making her eventual acknowledgement of defeat feel more personal than just mechanical gym leader loss. Her team includes Meditite, Machoke, and Lucario, whose presence at her gym introduces players to this Generation 4 fighting and steel type that would become mascot representing aura phenomenon that Lucario embodies through detecting and manipulating life force energies that flow through living beings, creating connections that Lucario perceives, while others remain oblivious to aura fields that Lucario's species naturally senses. Crasher Wake leads Pastoria City's water-type gym with flamboyant personality inspired by professional wrestlers, wearing mask and cape while delivering bombastic speeches before battles that establish him as showman who treats gym battles as performances, entertaining spectators alongside testing challengers who must navigate his gym's puzzle, involving manipulating water levels that flood or drain sections of gym, creating or removing paths that players traverse while battling trainers stationed throughout gym who block progress until defeated. His team includes Gyarados, Quagsire, and Floatzel, showcasing water types from multiple generations with different secondary types, creating variety in water type encounters that pure water specialists wouldn't provide, with Gyarados' flying secondary type making it vulnerable to electric attacks, while Quagsire's ground secondary type grants electric immunity that complicates straightforward electric-type counter-strategies that water gyms traditionally invite through predictable weaknesses. Fantina assumes Hearthome City gym leadership despite her gym initially being inaccessible when players first visit City, creating unusual situation where 4th badge comes from gym that seemed like it should be 2nd or 3rd badge based on City's early accessibility. Her ghost-type specialization makes her challenging opponent whose Mismagius, Driftblim, and Gengar possess few weaknesses, and whose ghost-type immunities to normal and fighting moves limit attack options for players whose teams lack dark or ghost coverage that ghost types are vulnerable to. Her foreign accent and theatrical personality establish her as performer who brings entertainment sensibilities to gym leadership role similar to Crasher Wake, but with sophistication replacing his bombastic style, creating gym leaders who understand that their role includes public-facing responsibilities, entertaining audiences who watch gym battles as spectacles, not just as skill evaluations determining badge worthiness. Byron leads Canalave City's Steel-type gym as father of first gym leader Rourke, creating family connection that spans Sinnoh from Oreburg at Journey's beginning to Canalave near Journey's end, where Byron's Steel types present defensive challenges, requiring patience and powerful attacks to overcome high defense stats that Steel types typically possess. His team includes Magnezone, Steelix, and Bastiodon representing Steel types from multiple generations, with Steelix providing connection between father and son through its presence on both their teams as evolution of Onyx that Rourke uses, suggesting that Byron passed down Onyx to Rourke, or that shared preference for related species runs in family whose tradition of gym leadership continues through generations. Byron's gym features complex elevator puzzle, requiring specific sequence of elevator rides to reach his platform, creating navigation challenge that tests patience and problem-solving alongside battling skills that Steel types test through longevity, forcing extended battles against defensive opponents. Candace commands Snow Point City's Ice-type gym at Sinnoh's northern reaches, where perpetual snow creates appropriate environment for ice specialist, whose team includes Snover, Sneasel, Metacam, and Abomasnow, whose grass secondary typing creates unexpected weakness profile for Ice Gym that normally features pure ice types, vulnerable primarily to fire, fighting, rock, and steel attacks. The inclusion of Metacam, a fighting and psychic type on Ice-type specialists' team, represents unusual choice that breaks pattern of gyms using only their specialized type, creating surprise for players expecting pure Ice-type team who must adapt to fighting type that threatens dark and normal types that players might bring as dark type counters for anticipated ghost or psychic coverage on Ice Gym that Metacam's presence complicates through being neither Ice type nor weak to Ice type counters that Fire types represent. Volkner leads Sunnyshore City as final gym leader and strongest gym challenge blocking path to Victory Road and to Pokémon League Beyond, where Elite Four await challengers who collected 8 badges, proving competence, warranting attempts at the championship. His electric-type specialization makes him threatening opponent whose Raichu, Luxray, Ambipom, and Octillery create mixed team where non-electric types Ambipom and Octillery provide coverage against ground types that would otherwise wall pure electric team, demonstrating that highest-level gym leaders understand team building requires addressing type weaknesses through coverage. Pokémon whose presence prevents opponents from sweeping entire team with single counter that predictable specialist teams invite when leaders don't include answer Pokémon handling their type's common counters. Volkner's characterization establishes him as bored with gym leadership role because few challengers provide satisfying battles, creating world-weary figure who rediscovers passion through player character's challenge that reminds him why he became gym leader originally, before repetitive, easy victories dulled his enthusiasm. Team Galactic serves as Sinnoh's villainous organization, whose plans exceed previous villains' relatively modest goals of expanding landmass or oceans, instead pursuing complete universal reconstruction that would erase current reality and replace it with new universe, lacking spirit and emotion that leader Cyrus views as sources of all conflict and suffering that imperfect world contains. This apocalyptic ambition makes Team Galactic most dangerous villainous team chronologically to this point in franchise, escalating stakes beyond Team Rocket's criminal enterprise or Team Aqua and Magma's environmental extremism into existential threat, where success means annihilation of everything and everyone that exists currently in universe, that Cyrus condemns as flawed beyond repair, requiring total destruction and reconstruction from cosmic void. Cyrus leads Team Galactic with philosophy that emotions and spirit create conflict and incompleteness that prevent perfection, believing that universe without feelings would eliminate war, jealousy, hatred, and other negative experiences that emotional beings suffer through existence, that Cyrus experienced as painful due to childhood experiences that games don't explicitly detail, but which created worldview, where emotions are viewed as weaknesses rather than as sources of meaning and connection that most people value despite acknowledging that feelings include painful experiences alongside pleasurable ones. His nihilistic vision represents philosophy that eliminates bad by eliminating all subjective experience, creating sterile, perfect universe where nothing exists to suffer, but where nothing exists to feel joy, love, hope, or any positive emotions that Cyrus dismisses as equally worthless as negative emotions, because both categories involve spirit that his perfect universe would eliminate. The organization structure includes 3 commanders, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, who serve as Cyrus's lieutenants, executing operations that advance plans, requiring legendary Pokémon capture, and requiring creating Red Chain Artifact, capable of summoning and controlling Dialga, or Palkia, whose dominion, over time or space, Cyrus intends to exploit for remaking universe according to specifications that he alone determines, without consulting anyone about whether universe should be unmade and rebuilt without spirit. The commanders display varying levels of fanaticism, with Saturn showing occasional doubt about mission's morality, while Mars demonstrates unwavering loyalty, and Jupiter presents calculated professionalism focused on objective completion, without philosophical considerations about whether objectives themselves are justified or are morally acceptable pursuits that reasonable people should support. Team Galactic's first major appearance occurs at Eterna City, where they occupy building for researching something requiring energy that Eterna's infrastructure provides for their scientific experiments, whose nature remains mysterious during early encounters before later revelations explain that Galactic's technology research aims toward developing tools for manipulating legendary Pokémon and for creating Red Chain from Lake Guardian's crystallized emotions extracted through process that harms Psychic Trio, whose essence Galactic forcibly harvests, despite Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie being sentient beings, whose autonomy Galactic violates through treating them as resources for extraction rather than as individuals deserving consideration and protection from exploitation. Their presence at various Sinnoh locations creates recurring antagonist encounters that punctuate journey with story beats, advancing plot toward confrontation at Mount Coronet's Spear Pillar, where Cyrus ultimately attempts universal destruction that player character must prevent through defeating his team and through calming or capturing awakened legendary Pokémon before their powers tear reality apart through conflicting time manipulation or space warping that Cyrus deliberately triggered without concern for collateral damage that awakening legendaries causes to region whose population might die in cosmic catastrophe that Cyrus would view as acceptable cost or perhaps as desired outcome, hastening current universe's end, preparing for replacement universe's creation from remains of destroyed reality. The Valley Windworks seizure early in game establishes Galactic as direct threat rather than as distant organization whose activities don't immediately impact player character, with Mars commanding operation that provides first commander battle, while introducing Galactic's willingness to use force against civilians whose cooperation they demand without offering compensation or providing justification beyond assertion that their needs supersede others' rights to property or to safety from violence, that Galactic employs casually against resistance, viewing opponents as obstacles, requiring removal rather than as people whose perspectives and rights deserve consideration before taking actions that harm them physically or economically. Lake Valor, Lake Verity, and Lake Acuity sieges represent coordinated operation where all three commanders simultaneously raid lakes, capturing respective lake guardians in synchronized attacks that prevent any single guardian from being defended adequately when all three locations are hit simultaneously by forces that defenders cannot repel after being distributed too thinly across three simultaneous crises that Galactic created specifically to overwhelm defensive capabilities through forcing defenders to choose which lake to protect while abandoning others to fate that split forces cannot prevent. This tactical sophistication demonstrates that Galactic isn't amateurish organization but is well-coordinated military operation whose strategic planning and resource deployment reflect serious organization with funding and discipline that previous villainous teams' relatively disorganized activities didn't demonstrate as clearly. The Veilstone Galactic Headquarters infiltration provides climax to players' conflict with organization, penetrating their main base to rescue Lake Guardians, before extraction process kills Psychic Trio through harvesting their essence for red chain creation that requires destroying legendary Pokémon whose lives Cyrus values only, instrumentally, as means toward his goal without inherent worth that would create moral obligation to preserve them as ends in themselves, deserving protection, regardless of whether they're useful for human purposes. The headquarters features complex layout with warp panels, creating navigation puzzle alongside trainer battles that deplete resources before commander encounters and before Cyrus battle that occurs after players progress through base, discovering organization's true nature through documents and through confrontations, revealing that Galactic's publicly stated environmental goals are cover for apocalyptic ambitions that would horrify members who joined believing they were supporting ecological activism rather than universal genocide. Cyrus's ultimate fate differs between Diamond divided by Pearl and Platinum, with base game showing him disappearing into Portal after legendary Pokémon reject his control, while Platinum sends him into Distortion World, where Giratina drags let him for disturbing dimensional barriers through recklessly summoning Dialga and Palkia simultaneously in ways that damaged reality's fabric, attracting antimatter dragon's attention and intervention. His fate remains ambiguous, with games not confirming death but suggesting that he remains trapped in dimension or dimensions where his presence cannot threaten normal reality that he failed to destroy through legendaries refusing to serve his will, despite Red Chain supposedly granting control that proved insufficient against beings whose power exceeds what chains could constrain, regardless of how much Lake Guardian essence was crystallized into artifacts that theoretically should have enabled dominance but which practically failed when encountering entities whose autonomy couldn't be overridden by tools that were powerful but ultimately inadequate. The Elite Four represent Sinnoh's strongest trainers besides Champion, serving as gauntlet before championship match, and as serious challenge requiring prepared teams with proper levels, proper type coverage, and adequate healing items for surviving consecutive battles against specialists whose teams exploit weaknesses in unprepared parties while demonstrating mastery of their chosen types through using evolved forms with optimized movesets that casual playthroughs teams might lack through not carefully considering which moves provide coverage or which abilities create advantageous situations in battles that experience and planning advantages make Elite Four intimidating challenges for first-time challengers. Aaron specializes in bug types despite Bug's reputation as weakest type, demonstrating that skilled trainers can succeed with any type through proper team building and through understanding how to address type's weaknesses while maximizing its strengths. His team includes Dustox, Beautifly, Vespiquen, Heracross, and Drapion, with final two having bug type only as secondary while being fighting and poison respectively, showing that bug specialist recognizes need for coverage and for Pokémon who don't share bug's numerous weaknesses to fire, flying, and rock attacks that would devastate pure bug team lacking defensive diversity that mixing types provides through creating some team members who resist attacks that threaten others, creating balanced defensive profile, preventing opponents from sweeping entire team with single move type. Bertha leads with ground types, presenting second Elite Four challenge with team including Whiscash, Golem, Hippowdon, Gliscor, and Sudowoodo, whose rock primary typing makes it only nominal ground type through ground secondary, that Bertha apparently counts as sufficient for including it on ground specialized team. Ground type's strength against electric, fire, poison, rock, and steel creates offensive advantages, while single weakness to water, grass, and ice makes ground defensively viable compared to types with more numerous vulnerabilities, though Torterra users face challenges here because grass and ground type combination creates neutral matchup rather than advantage that grass type coverage would normally provide against ground specialists whose Pokémon grass attacks should threaten but who resist grass through having grass as one of their weaknesses, creating complicated type calculations where players must understand dual typing interactions. Flint specializes in fire types, but his team composition in Diamond and Pearl includes only two fire types, Rapidash and Infernape, with remaining slots filled by Steelix, Lopunny, and Driftblim, who lack fire type entirely, creating infamous example of specialist having insufficient Pokémon of their supposed specialty due to Sinnoh's limited fire type availability that gave Game Freak few options for building fire specialist team without importing non-Sinnoh species that Diamond and Pearl avoided outside postgame until Platinum expanded regional Pokédex, making more fire types available, including Houndoom, Flareon, and Procus, Magmortar that Flint's Platinum team includes, creating properly specialized team that Diamond and Pearl couldn't assemble from limited fire types that base Sinnoh Pokédex contained. Lucian concludes Elite Four with psychic types, whose team includes Mr. Mime, Girafarig, Medicham, Alakazam, and Bronzong, demonstrating type diversity within psychic specialty through including fighting, normal, and steel secondary types, creating team that doesn't share uniform weaknesses despite all members having psychic as primary or secondary typing. His Bronzong with steel and psychic type combination creates particularly challenging opponent with 7 resistances and 2 immunities, making it defensive wall that special attackers struggle against, while its psychic and Ground-type coverage threatens would-be counters that dark types normally represent against psychic specialists, whose teams dark types usually handle easily through immunity to psychic attacks, combining with super-effective dark attacks, creating advantageous matchup that Bronzong's steel type prevents through resisting dark while threatening with earthquake coverage. Elite Four battles occur consecutively, without opportunities to heal between matches, except through items that players brought into challenge, creating resource management element, where using too many healing items, early risks, having insufficient supplies for later battles, while conserving items too strictly, risks losing battles through refusing to heal when healing would prevent. Defeat that costs entire run requiring restart from beginning of Elite Four after returning from Pokémon Center, where feigning teleports defeated trainers. This consecutive battle structure tests preparation and tests team balance through requiring handling 4 different specialists whose types demand different counters, making monotype or poorly balanced teams vulnerable to specialists whose types exploit whatever weaknesses unbalanced teams present through overspecialization or through having insufficient coverage for types that properly rounded teams would handle through, including Pokémon, whose types provide necessary coverage. The Elite Four's role as penultimate challenge before champion creates anticipation for final battle while serving as skill check, ensuring that trainers who reach champion have demonstrated competence against varied opponents whose specializations prepare challengers for champion's balanced team that doesn't have uniform type, creating uniform weakness, but instead covers weaknesses through diverse typing that requires equally diverse counter strategies that specialist teams cannot provide because specialists lack versatility that champion's balanced team punishes through exploiting whatever types specialists lack through overcommitting to their chosen specialty at expense of coverage that balanced teams provide. Victory against Elite Four grants access to Champion Chamber, but doesn't complete League Challenge because Champion awaits as final test, whose difficulty exceeds Elite Four through having higher levels and through having better trained team with superior movesets and superior strategies that utilize switching and prediction rather than just selecting strong attacks that Elite Four members often rely on without demonstrating tactics that competitive battling requires when facing skilled opponents who understand how to create advantages through prediction and through proper team composition that anticipates opponent strategies and that includes answers preventing opponents from executing plans that inadequate teams cannot counter effectively. Cynthia serves as Sinnoh's champion and as one of franchise's most beloved characters, appearing throughout adventure, providing assistance and providing lore exposition before revealing herself as champion during climactic Spear Pillar events, where her intervention helps prevent Cyrus's apocalypse and where her power demonstrates why she holds championship that she defends against challengers who must overcome her team that has achieved legendary status among players as one of most difficult champion battles in series history due to her team's levels, its coverage, and its composition that addresses common strategies through counterpicks that make straightforward approaches ineffective against champion who prepared for obvious tactics. Her signature Pokémon Garchomp represents pseudo-legendary dragon and ground type with exceptional stats and with move pool providing coverage against its few weaknesses to ice, dragon, and fairy attacks through carrying Fire Fang for ice types, through having Earthquake threatening most opponents, and through Swords Dance, allowing setup that makes Garchomp overwhelming sweeper if given opportunity to boost. Attack that already reaches threatening levels before boosts make it capable of OHKOing most opponents, regardless of type. Matchups that normally would create defensive advantages insufficient against boosted Garchomp, whose power exceeds what unboosted attackers threaten. Its quadruple weakness to ice represents sole significant vulnerability that ice types exploit through super effective attacks that deal devastating damage, but Garchomp's speed allows it to often strike first, eliminating ice types before they attack unless they're faster, or unless they use priority moves, or unless they survive hit and retaliate with ice attacks that Garchomp cannot tank, despite otherwise impressive bulk. Her team includes Spiritomb, whose Ghost and Dark type combination created unique typing, having no weaknesses when Generation 4 released before Fairy type's Generation VI introduction, created first weakness to typing that had been perfectly neutral, providing defensive utility that made Spiritomb challenging Wall, whose only vulnerability was Struggle when PP depleted, leaving it without attacks to use against opponents it couldn't defeat, but who couldn't defeat it either, creating stalemate that Struggle eventually resolved through self-damage. Spiritomb's presence on champion teams serves defensive utility, absorbing, fighting, and normal type attacks through immunities, while providing offensive pressure through Stab, Shadow Ball, and through various coverage moves, threatening opponents who might otherwise wall Ghost or Dark type attacks individually, but who struggle against combination that Spiritomb provides. Milotic rounds out team as bulky Water type, whose Marvel Scale ability grants defense increase when affected by status, creating situation where attempting to cripple it through status actually strengthens it defensively, making it harder to KO through physical attacks that defense buff makes less threatening, while Melodic threatens back with Surf or Mirror Coat that reflects special attacks at double power, potentially OHKOing special attackers who don't mend, anticipate that their attacks will be returned with increased force that Mirror Coat provides when predicting correctly that opponent will use special attack rather than physical attack or status move that Mirror Coat fails to reflect appropriately. Roserade provides grass and poison type coverage with high special attack, threatening water and ground types that would otherwise wall portions of Cynthia's team, while its access to status moves, including Sleep Powder, creates disruptive capability, incapacitating opponents who fail to prevent sleep, that removes them from battle for multiple turns, during which Roserade freely attacks sleeping opponents, or sets up stat boosts that make it more threatening when opponent eventually wakes only to face boosted Roserade that they cannot easily stop after it gained advantages during turns when sleep prevented opposition. Togekiss brings Fairy and Flying type coverage in Platinum, where it replaced Gastrodon that Diamond and Pearl versions featured, providing different defensive profile through different typing and different role through Togekiss's offensive capabilities, exceeding Gastrodon's more defensive orientation. Its Serene Grace ability doubles secondary effect chances, making Air Slash's 60% flinch chance, in combination with Togekiss's decent speed, create annoying situation where opponents might flinch, repeatedly preventing them from attacking, while Togekiss gradually wears them down through repeated air slashes that deal damage, while potentially preventing retaliation through flinches that Serene Grace makes probable rather than just possible, as Air Slash normally creates without ability enhancement. Lucario completes Team in Platinum as Fighting and Steel type, whose offensive stats and speed create threatening sweeper capable of dealing significant damage through close combat stab and through coverage moves, including Stone, Edge, Ice Punch, or Earthquake, depending on moveset that version provides, making Lucario versatile threat that different playthroughs might encounter with different movesets, creating unpredictability about which coverage it carries, and therefore which counters are necessary for handling it safely without being surprised by unexpected coverage, hitting supposed counter super effectively when player assumed different moveset than Lucario actually possesses. Cynthia's characterization throughout adventure establishes her as mysterious figure who appears at key story moments, providing guidance while maintaining aura of knowledge and power that makes her championship reveal unsurprising to players who recognized her competence through previous encounters, but which creates satisfying narrative payoff when helpful NPC who assisted player throughout adventure transforms into final challenge, whose power was evident, but which becomes immediate threat, requiring player to overcome mentor figure who helped them reach this point, but who now stands between them and championship, that defeating her would grant after overcoming teacher who must be surpassed for student, to graduate and claim mastery symbolized by championship victory. Her battle strategy demonstrates intelligence through switching when disadvantageous matchups occur, rather than remaining in unfavorable situations like most in-game trainers do when following AI patterns that competitive human players exploit through understanding that AI doesn't switch optimally, allowing players to maintain advantageous matchups through staying in when human opponents would switch, preventing advantage that AI grants through predictable refusal to switch, even when switching would create better positioning. Cynthia's willingness to switch demonstrates higher-level AI programming that makes her more challenging than typical NPC trainers, whose predictability makes them exploitable through tactics that Cynthia's improved AI partially counters through playing more similarly to human opponents than to typical AI opponents whose limitations allow easy victories against teams that should be threatening if controlled competently. Her theme music, Champion Cynthia, became iconic composition whose dramatic orchestration and whose memorable melody created soundtrack highlighting battle's significance as culmination of Sinnoh journey, where everything players learned throughout adventure gets tested against champion whose mastery represents standard that players must reach or exceed for proving themselves worthy of title that Cynthia holds, and that challengers must take from her through victory that demonstrates equal or superior skill compared to current champion, whose defeat means championship passes to victor, who becomes new champion, representing Sinnoh's strongest trainer, until someone eventually defeats them. Continuing cycle where champions are made through defeating previous champions in battles, determining who deserves title, representing regional supremacy. Victory against Cynthia grants entrance into Hall of Fame, where players' team is recorded for posterity, alongside message, congratulating successful challenge completion, and acknowledging that player character has become champion through overcoming 8 gyms, defeating Elite Four, and conquering champion, whose team represented final test, proving that players' journey developed them from beginning trainer, leaving Twin Leaf Town with starter Pokémon, into champion, whose skill and whose team's strength earned recognition as region's finest trainer, whose name joins list of champions who completed Sinnoh's challenge, and who proved themselves worthy of title that few achieve, despite many attempting through paths that end in defeat, against challenges that prepare some for eventual success, while eliminating others whose skills or whose teams weren't sufficient for overcoming escalating difficulties that journey presents. And so concludes the second part of our Sinnoh exploration. Having journeyed through 8 gyms, whose leaders tested specialized teams against prepared challengers, uncovered Team Galactic's apocalyptic plans that threatened universal destruction, challenged Elite Four, whose mastery represented Sinnoh's finest specialists, and finally confronted Champion Cynthia, whose team achieved legendary difficulty status. Rest now if sleep calls, or continue to Part 3, where we'll discover Sinnoh's new Pokémon species, the evolutions that Generation 4 added to previous generations' families, the legendary creatures whose myths shaped the region. Sleep gently, dear friends. Welcome back, dear friends, to our continuing journey through the Sinnoh region. In this third part, we'll explore the 107 new Pokémon species that Generation 4 introduced, discover the cross-generation evolutions that gave beloved Pokémon from previous regions new final forms, or baby pre-evolutions, examine the physical special split that revolutionized competitive battling by making individual moves rather than entire types physical or special, and uncover the fascinating biological diversity that Sinnoh added to the Pokémon world through creatures ranging from tiny insects to massive legendaries that embodied cosmic forces. So, settle back comfortably, close your eyes when sleep beckons, and let us continue this gentle exploration of Sinnoh's remarkable creatures. Generation 4 introduced 107 new Pokémon species, bringing the total national Pokédex count to 493, creating substantial expansion that included new evolutionary lines, new legendary trios, and new baby Pokémon that served as pre-evolutions for species from previous generations whose families Game Freak decided to expand through adding stages that hadn't existed when those species originally debuted. This number represented fewer new species than Generation 3's 135 additions, but more than Generation 2's 100 new species, placing Generation 4 in middle ground between substantial expansion and moderate addition that balanced introducing fresh content against maintaining accessibility for players who might feel overwhelmed by excessive numbers of unfamiliar species encountered simultaneously during adventures through regions where every route contained multiple new Pokémon competing for attention and team slots. Starly, Staravia, and Staraptor represent Sinnoh's regional bird line following tradition established by Pidgey family in Kanto, with early route normal and flying type trio that players encounter frequently and that many trainers include on teams through convenience of early availability and through reliable performance that regional birds traditionally provide through decent stats and through useful flying type coverage that most teams appreciate. Staraptor distinguishes itself from previous regional birds through higher attack stat and through access to close combat, a powerful fighting type move that few flying types learn, creating physical attacker whose power exceeds what Pidgeot or Swellow achieved through having more offensively oriented stat distribution and having better move pool providing coverage that makes Staraptor competitively viable in ways that previous regional birds weren't due to their more balanced stats, spreading points across multiple stats rather than specializing in offense like Staraptor does through sacrificing bulk for power. Bidoof and Bibarel became meme Pokémon whose derpy appearance and simple design made them subjects of internet jokes and ironic appreciation, but their utility as HM users made them valuable team members capable of learning Cut, Rock Smash, Strength, Surf, Waterfall, and Rock Climb, 6 of 8 HMs that Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum featured, making Bibarel excellent HM slave that could handle most field move requirements without requiring multiple dedicated HM users taking team slots that battling Pokémon could otherwise occupy. This practical utility, despite underwhelming battle performance, created affection for species that served essential function, even when players acknowledged that Bibarel wasn't competitively strong or aesthetically impressive compared to species whose designs emphasized coolness or cuteness rather than functionality that Bibarel provided through move pool compatibility with requirements that adventure progression demanded. Kricketot and Kricketune represent bug-type line, whose cry became distinctive through Kricketune's musical vocalizations that resembled violin or orchestral sounds, creating memorable audio signature that players recognized instantly when encountering Kricketune in tall grass or in trainer battles. Despite memorable sound design, Kricketune suffered from poor competitive viability through mediocre stats and limited move pool that prevented it from fulfilling roles that stronger bug types could handle more effectively, relegating Kricketune to novelty status where it was appreciated for uniqueness, but rarely used seriously in battles where performance mattered more than aesthetics, or than audio design that made Kricketune charming without making it powerful enough that charm translated into practical team inclusion beyond casual playthroughs where any Pokémon could succeed with sufficient level advantages. Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray form electric-type line that became extremely popular through Luxray's cool design, featuring black and blue coloring with star-tipped tail and intimidating appearance that contrasted with cute Shinx that it evolved from through 2 stages. Luxray's Intimidate ability and its decent attack stat made it useful physical attacker, though its pure electric typing limited coverage options and its mediocre speed prevented it from outspeeding threats that faster. Electric types like Jolteon handled through superior speed tiers that allowed striking first against opponents that Luxray couldn't outpace, requiring it to tank hits before retaliating with Spark or Thunderfang or with coverage. Moves like Ice Fang or Crunch that provided super effective options against types that resisted electric attacks. Budu, Roselia, and Roserade represent expanded evolutionary line, where pre-evolution and evolution were added to Roselia that existed as standalone Pokémon in Generation 3, demonstrating Game Freak's willingness to revisit previous generations' species and complete evolutionary families that seemed incomplete in retrospect when new games provided opportunities to add stages that original designs might have intended, but that cartridge limitations or time constraints prevented from implementing when species originally debuted. Roserade's grass and poison typing with high special attack made it threatening special attacker whose access to sleep powder and toxic spikes created utility beyond damage, dealing through status affliction and hazard setting that supported teams through crippling opponents and through creating residual damage that accumulated as poisoned opponents switched repeatedly, taking damage each time they entered battle. Cranidas and Rampardas represent fossil Pokémon with extreme stat distribution, giving Rampardas Cento y Sesenta y Cinco Base, attack among highest attack stats in entire franchise, but with terrible speed and defenses, making it glass cannon that dealt devastating damage when it attacked, but that rarely survived long enough to attack multiple times due to low HP, defense, and special defense, making it vulnerable to any attack landing before it could launch its own powerful head smash or rock-type stab moves. The extreme specialization created Pokémon that was theoretically powerful but practically difficult to use effectively when its frailty meant that faster opponents OHKO'd it before it could demonstrate offensive capabilities that impressive attack stat suggested, but that low durability prevented from being realized consistently across battles where Rampardos's vulnerabilities were exploited by opponents who struck first. Shieldon and Bastiodon represent counterpart fossil, emphasizing opposite extreme, with Bastiodon possessing 168 base defense, highest defense stat, when Generation 4 released alongside high special defense, creating defensive wall that tanked physical and special attacks, but that lacked offensive presence through low attack and special attack, preventing it from threatening opponents who could slowly wear down its HP through attacks that Bastiodon's defenses reduced, but couldn't eliminate entirely. The rock and steel typing created numerous resistances, making Bastiodon excellent wall against types it resisted, but created quadruple weakness to fighting and ground-type moves that were common in competitive playmaking. Bastiodon vulnerable, despite impressive defensive stats that couldn't compensate for typing weaknesses that opponents exploited through super-effective coverage that even Bastiodon's defenses couldn't fully mitigate. When taking quadruple damage from attacks that normally would deal only single weakness damage, Burmy, Wormadam, and Mothim create gender-split evolution, where males become Mothim while females become Wormadam, whose form depends on which cloak Burmy had when it evolved based on where battles occurred, creating Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, or Trash Cloak variants that determined Wormadam's secondary typing and appearance. This environmental influence on evolution created Pokémon whose final form reflected habitats experienced during development, similar to how real insects' adult forms sometimes vary based on environmental conditions during larval stages, though taken to extremes that real biology doesn't permit, where single species becomes 3 distinct forms, with different types and different appearances, based entirely on where battles happened to occur before evolution level was reached, determining permanent characteristics that couldn't be changed after evolution locked Wormadam into whichever form Burmy's environmental exposure had created. Combee and Vespiquen represent another gender-exclusive evolution where only female Combee evolve into Vespiquen, while male Combee remain unevolved regardless of level, creating situation where 87.5% of Combee cannot evolve, making Vespiquen rare due to female Combee's scarcity that required players to encounter multiple Combee before finding female specimen capable of evolution. Vespiquen's bug and flying typing and its signature moves attack order, defend order, and heal order created unique Pokémon whose moves referenced its role as queen commanding worker bees, whose collective actions these orders represented mechanically through moves that dealt damage, raised defenses, or restored HP, simulating commands given to swarm that queen directed, though no actual worker. Combee appeared during battles where Vespiquen used orders that implied their presence without showing subordinates visually. Pachirisu represents electric-type rodent, continuing tradition of Pikachu clones that each generation introduced, though Pachirisu's competitive viability seemed minimal until 2014 World Championships, where competitor Sejun Park won using Pachirisu, whose Follow Me redirected attacks, and whose Super Fang halved opponents' HP, creating support role that demonstrated how seemingly weak Pokémon could succeed through creative strategies that utilized unique move pools and abilities in ways that conventional wisdom dismissed without thorough analysis, revealing niche applications that made unconventional choices viable when properly supported by teammates who covered weaknesses while allowing unconventional Pokémon to perform specialized roles that standard team members couldn't replicate despite having superior stats. Buizel and Floatzel create water-type line that became popular through anime prominence and through Floatzel's decent stats and abilities, making it viable swift swim sweeper in rain teams or useful water-type for playthroughs, where its speed and attack provided offensive presence that bulkier water types lacked, through being oriented toward defense rather than toward offense, that Floatzel specialized in through stat distribution, favoring power over durability. The design featuring flotation sac around neck created distinctive appearance that was simultaneously cute and cool, appealing to different aesthetic preferences, while flotation device suggested biological adaptation, explaining how Floatzel swims rapidly and stays buoyant through inflatable collar that serves practical function within Pokemon's biology, rather than being purely decorative feature without in-universe justification. Shellos and Gastrodon have regional forms before regional forms were officially named mechanic, with West Sea form being pink and East Sea form being blue, with different appearances depending on which side of Mount Coronet they're encountered, creating geographical variants that foreshadowed Alolan forms that Generation 7 would introduce as explicit regional variants that Shellos and Gastrodon had pioneered through having environment-based appearance differences. The water and ground typing created useful resistance profile with electric immunity and with single weakness to grass, making Gastrodon popular in competitive play as water type that didn't fear electric attacks, that most water types were vulnerable to, creating unique defensive niche where Gastrodon could switch into electric types safely while threatening them with ground-type stab moves, that electric types were vulnerable to, creating favorable matchup that standard water types couldn't replicate. Drifloon and Drifblim are ghost and flying types, whose Pokédex entries describe Drifloon as kidnapping children by grabbing their hands and floating away, though its weak pulling strength means only small children are actually endangered, creating dark backstory for seemingly innocent Balloon. Pokémon, whose true nature involves being formed from souls of deceased people and Pokémon making. These ghostly balloons, the spirits of dead beings who possess balloons as vessels for continued existence in physical world that they cannot leave, despite death having theoretically freed them from material existence, that they remain tied to through inhabiting balloon forms that trap their spirits. Buniri and Lopunny represent normal-type rabbits whose evolution requires high friendship, creating bond-based evolution that acknowledges relationship between trainer and Pokémon as factor in development, rather than just experience through battles triggering transformation when affection reaches sufficient levels. Lopunny's design became controversial through being perceived as overly sexualized for franchise aimed at children with human-like proportions and clothing like fur, creating appearance that some critics argued was inappropriate for Pokémon, whose designs traditionally avoided humanoid features that could be interpreted as sexual by audiences. expecting creatures to look like animals or monsters rather than like anthropomorphized characters whose designs incorporated elements suggesting adult themes that children's franchises typically avoid. Glameow and Purugly form normal-type feline line that Mars uses, creating association between these Pokémon and Team Galactic Commander, whose signature species they became through her consistent use across multiple encounters. Purugly's name suggests glamorous appearance, degrading into unattractiveness after evolution, with Glameow being elegant, while Purugly becomes heavier and less refined looking, creating unusual evolution where appearance arguably worsens rather than improves, despite stat increases that evolution provides, making Purugly stronger even if aesthetically less appealing than its pre-evolution that some trainers preferred keeping unevolved for appearance reasons, despite sacrificing combat effectiveness that evolution would grant through improved stats. Stunky and Skuntank represent poison and dark-type skunks, whose unique typing combination created no weaknesses before Generation VI introduced Fairy type, but which had only ground-type weakness when Generation 4 released, making them defensively solid through typing that most attacks hit neutrally without super-effective multipliers threatening them. The skunk theme translated into gameplay through stench ability, potentially causing flinching, and through learning moves like poison gas and acid spray that referenced real skunks' defensive spray that they use against predators. Though Pokémon version used poison rather than merely foul-smelling musk that real skunks spray when threatened, Bronzor and Bronzong are steel and psychic types, based on bronze mirrors and bells from ancient cultures, with Bronzong's typing creating excellent defensive profile, having 10 resistances and 2 immunities while being weak only to fire and ground attacks, making it exceptional wall that could tank most attacks while setting up stealth, rock, or using Trick Room that reverse speed tiers benefiting slow Pokémon including Bronzong itself, whose low speed became advantage under Trick Room that allowed it to move before faster opponents who normally would outspeed it. The ancient artifact theme connected to Sinnoh's emphasis on mythology and history, with Bronzong appearing in ruins and being associated with rain rituals that ancient Sinnoh people performed using bronze bells, whose sound supposedly summoned precipitation through mechanisms that modern science couldn't explain, but which legends attributed to Bronzong's supernatural powers. Chatot represents normal and flying type parrot, whose signature move Chatter recorded audio through DS microphone, allowing players to record sounds that Chatot would play during battle, creating unique interactive feature that utilized DS hardware in novel way, while creating move whose confusion-causing chance depended on recording volume, with louder recordings having higher confusion rates. This mechanic created potential for abuse through players recording maximally loud sounds to guarantee confusion chance, leading to Chatter being banned in official tournaments where voice recording couldn't be verified as legitimate, and where allowing it would create situations where players might use inappropriate recordings or might optimize volume beyond intended ranges through audio editing that tournament rules couldn't effectively regulate without banning move entirely. Generation 4 distinguished itself through adding numerous evolutions and pre-evolutions to Pokémon from previous 3 generations, whose families Game Freak decided to expand through completing lines that seemed unfinished or through adding baby forms that served as cute pre-evolutions that breeding could produce when parent held specific incense items that caused eggs to contain baby forms rather than base forms that breeding normally produced without incense. causing eggs to skip baby stage and hatch directly into base evolutionary forms that wild encounters featured without requiring players to breed for accessing baby variants. Voodoo became Roselia's pre-evolution, requiring breeding. Roselia or Roserade, while holding rose incense, to produce eggs containing Voodoo rather than Roselia, with Voodoo evolving into Roselia through friendship during daytime, creating two-stage requirement for obtaining Roserade through Voodoo, evolving through friendship, then Roselia evolving through Shiny Stone, creating three-stage line where middle stage had existed since Generation 3, but where bookend stages were Generation 4, additions that retrospectively completed family that Roselia had started, but that hadn't been fully developed until Sinnoh games, provided opportunity to expand line through adding baby form and final form that made Roselia transitional middle stage rather than standalone species that it had been originally. Chingling and Chimecho represent another baby pre-evolution added to standalone Pokémon from Generation 3, with Chingling evolving into Chimecho through friendship at night, creating day-night distinction with Budo, whose daytime friendship evolution contrasted with Chingling's nighttime requirement, making these baby Pokémon parallel through similar evolution methods with temporal variations. The bell theme connected both stages through ringing sounds and through designs, incorporating bells as primary features, with Chingling being small bell, while Chimecho resembled wind chime, creating acoustic connection between evolutionary stages that shared musical characteristics through appearances and through cries that referenced bells and chimes that their designs depicted. Bonsly became Sudowoodo's pre-evolution, despite Sudowoodo having existed since Generation 2 as rock type, pretending to be grass type through appearance resembling tree, without actually having botanical characteristics that grass typing would indicate. Bonsly evolves into Sudowoodo when leveled while knowing Mimic move, creating unusual evolution requirement involving specific move knowledge that players had to deliberately teach through Move Tutor before evolution could occur. When leveling up after Mimic was added to moveset through external teaching, rather than through natural level-up learning that most evolutions relied on without requiring specific moves that Bonsly's evolution demanded. Mime Jr. serves as baby form of Mr. Mime, who existed since Generation I as standalone, psychic and fairy type, whose signature moves involved barriers and pantomime, creating invisible walls that opponents couldn't pass through, according to flavor text describing Mr. Mime's abilities. Mime Jr. evolves into Mr. Mime when leveled while knowing Mimic moves similar to Bonsly's evolution requirement, creating parallel baby Pokémon whose evolutions both required Mimic knowledge before level-up triggered transformation, suggesting thematic connection, where mimicry-themed pre-evolutions required mastering signature mimicry. Move before maturing into evolved forms, whose primary characteristics involved imitation or performance that Mimic mechanically represented. Happiny became Chansey's pre-evolution, requiring breeding Chansey or Blissey while holding Luck Incense to produce eggs containing Happiny rather than Chansey, with Happiny evolving into Chansey when leveled during daytime while holding Oval Stone, creating multi-stage evolution requirement involving specific item and specific time alongside level-up mechanics. This complex requirement made Happiny evolution more involved than simple level-up evolutions, though eventual Blissey represented reward for patient players who navigated requirements for completing line that culminated in one of competitive Pokemon's best special walls, whose HP and special defense made it nearly unkillable through special attacks that Blissey tanked while healing with soft-boiled or wish, creating longevity that few special attackers could overcome without physical moves exploiting Blissey's poor defense. Munchlax is baby form of Snorlax, obtainable through breeding Snorlax while holding full incense, or through rare honey tree encounters that required patience and luck for finding this rare spawn whose low encounter rate made Munchlax one of Generation 4's hardest Pokémon to obtain through legitimate means without breeding it from transferred Snorlax that players imported from previous generations. Munchlax evolves into Snorlax through friendship, creating bond-based evolution appropriate for Pokémon whose characterization involved being companion and whose massive appetite created humor through eating vast quantities without gaining combat effectiveness from consumed food that fueled bulk, without translating into power that its weight suggested it should possess through mass that real physics would make devastating weapon if Snorlax could effectively weaponize its body weight. Mantique adds pre-evolution to Mantine, who existed since Generation 2 as water and flying type, with Mantike evolving into Mantine only when leveled with Remoraid in party, creating unusual evolution requirement, acknowledging Mantine's design featuring Remoraid attached to its fins as symbiotic partner, whose presence during evolution is necessary for Mantike to mature into Mantine, suggesting that relationship with Remoraid species is essential to Mantike's development in ways that biology doesn't fully explain beyond requiring specific Pokemon's presence during level up for transformation to occur. Weavile evolved from Sneasel, who existed since Generation 2 as Dark and Ice type without evolution, despite seeming like middle-stage Pokémon whose stats and design suggested it should evolve into something stronger. Weavile's addition vindicated players who had wanted Sneasel evolution, with Weavile requiring Razor Claw-held item during nighttime level up, creating Dark and Ice type with exceptional speed and attack, making it threatening physical sweeper whose Ice Shard priority move allowed it to revenge, kill, faster threats through bypassing speed tiers that Weavile's already impressive. Speed usually allowed it to win without needing priority that Ice Shard provided as insurance against choice Scarf users or against naturally faster Pokémon that would otherwise outspeed and KO Weavile before it could attack. Magnezone evolved from Magnetone through level up in area with special magnetic field, with Mount Coronet providing this field in Sinnoh, allowing Magneton to evolve into Steel and Electric type, whose bulk and special attack exceeded Magneton's stats, making Magnezone competitively viable in ways that Magneton wasn't due to being too fragile for reliably performing roles that Magnezone's improved defenses allowed it to execute more consistently. The magnetic field requirement created location-based evolution, suggesting that environmental energies influenced development in ways that normal level up didn't trigger without specific geographical features providing whatever magnetic properties enabled transformation that couldn't occur in areas lacking appropriate electromagnetic conditions. Lickilicky evolved from Lickitung through level up while knowing rollout move, adding evolution to Generation I Pokémon whose standalone status had made it forgettable, normal type, without particular niche or competitive relevance that evolution partially addressed through improved stats, though Lickilicky remained somewhat obscure, despite being evolutionary completion of line that Lickitung had started. The rollout requirement created another move knowledge evolution, similar to Bonsly and Mime Jr., establishing pattern where cross-generation evolutions sometimes required specific moves, creating obstacles for casual players who might not know about requirements without consulting external guides, explaining obscure evolution, conditions that games didn't clearly communicate through dialogue or through obvious mechanical hints. Rhyperior evolved from Rhydon when traded holding Protector item, completing evolutionary line that had existed since Generation I, with Rhyhorn evolving into Rhydon, but which hadn't continued further until Generation 4 added Final Stage to create three-stage family, where Final Form required trade evolution with held item, creating accessibility barrier for players lacking trading partners or lacking second system for self-trading. Rhyperior's ground and rock typing maintained Rhydon's types while improving stats, creating physically bulky attacker whose high attack and HP made it threatening, though its quadruple weakness to water and grass attacks remained problematic vulnerability that even improved stats couldn't fully compensate for when taking 4 times damage from common attacking types. Tangrowth evolved from Tangela when leveled while knowing Ancient Power move, providing evolution to Generation I Pokémon, whose standalone status and mediocre stats had made it forgettable grass type without particular competitive relevance that Tangrowth partially addressed through becoming physically bulky. Grass type, whose regenerator ability in Generation V would eventually make it competitively popular as Pivot that could repeatedly switch into attacks while healing 1/3 HP each time it switched out, regenerating damage taken during previous turn, creating longevity that wore down opponents through consistent pressure that Tangrowth maintained by repeatedly entering battle fresh while opponents accumulated damage. Electivire evolved from Electabuzz when traded holding Electorizer item, completing evolutionary line from Generation 1, with Elekid having been added as baby form in Generation 2, and with Electivire completing family in Generation 1, creating 3-stage line whose evolution required trading with held item, similar to Rhyperior and to other cross-generation evolutions that Generation 4 added to older species. Electivire's electric typing with high attack created physical electric type that was relatively rare when most electric types were special attackers using special attack that electric type moves had utilized before. Physical special split allowed electric type physical moves to exist, making Electivire one of first electric types that could effectively use physical moveset. Magmortar evolved from Magmar when traded holding Magmarizer item, providing counterpart evolution to Electivire and completing fire type line that had existed since Generation 1, with Magby added in Generation 2, and with Magmortar finishing family in Generation 4 through trade evolution with held item. Magmortar's fire typing with high special attack created powerful special attacker whose bulk exceeded Magmar's, making it more durable. Special wall breaker whose flamethrower or fire blast threatened opponents, while its ability to tank some hits allowed it to stay in battle longer than frailer special attackers, whose poor defenses meant they couldn't survive attacks that Magmortar's decent bulk allowed it to endure before retaliating. Togekiss evolved from Togetic through Shiny Stone, completing line that began with Togepi in Generation 2, with Togekiss adding Fairy and Flying type final form, whose Serene Grace ability made its Air Slash into annoying move, with 60% flinch chance that could prevent Entropy 1 opponents from acting through consecutive flinches that luck and probability made possible when Togekiss's speed allowed it to move first. The fairy typing wasn't present when Generation 4 released, with Togekiss being normal and flying type originally, before Generation VI retroactively changed it to fairy and flying, creating one of numerous type retcons that fairy type's introduction caused across Pokémon, whose designs incorporated fairy themes that normal typing hadn't properly represented mechanically. Yanmega evolved from Yanma through Level Up, while knowing Ancient Power Move, providing evolution to Generation 2 Pokémon, whose stats and design had suggested middle stage potential that Yanmega fulfilled through becoming Bug and Flying type, with good special attack and with speed boost ability that increased speed, each turn making Yanmega progressively faster throughout battle until it outsped entire opposing team and could sweep through accumulated speed boosts that opponents couldn't prevent except by KOing Yanmega before it, boosted sufficiently to outspeed and eliminate threats that initially had been faster, but that speed boost eventually made slower through automatic boosts that didn't require setup turns like traditional setup moves demanded. Leafeon and Glaceon expanded evolution family through adding Grass-type and Ice-type evolutions respectively, with Leafeon evolving from Eevee when leveled near Moss Rock, and with Glaceon evolving near Ice Rock, creating location-based evolutions, requiring players to travel to specific areas before Level Up triggered evolution into forms that couldn't be obtained elsewhere, making these evolutions geographically restricted, unlike stone-based evolutions that could be triggered anywhere with appropriate stone. The additions brought evolution count to 7, with original 3 from Generation I, plus Espeon and Umbreon from Generation 2, plus these 2 from Generation IV, though Generation 6 would later add Sylveon, bringing total to 8 evolutions representing remarkable evolutionary flexibility from single-base species. Gliscor evolved from Gligar through Level Up at night, while holding Razor Fang item, creating ground and flying type with improved stats, and with access to Poison Heal ability that healed HP when poisoned, creating unique defensive strategy where Gliscor could be deliberately poisoned with Toxic Orb, then heal each turn through Poison Heal, while being immune to other status conditions due to already being poisoned. This made Gliscor popular defensive pivot that could repeatedly switch into attacks while healing damage through Poison Heal, turning what would normally be liability into advantage that made Gliscor incredibly difficult to wear down. Through conventional damage when it recovered, 1/8 HP each turn, while using Protect to stall additional turns, and while using Earthquake or other attacks to threaten opponents attempting to wall it. Mamoswine evolved from Piloswine through Level Up, while knowing Ancient Power Move, completing evolutionary line from Generation 2, with Swinub and Piloswine gaining 3rd stage, that Ice and Ground typing, whose high attack created powerful physical attacker, whose Ice Shard priority move allowed revenge killing faster threats, while Earthquake provided powerful ground-type stab that threatened electric and fire types that ice attacks were ineffective against. The Ancient Power requirement created another move knowledge evolution, though learning it was easier than some other move requirements because Piloswine could learn Ancient Power through Move Reminder without requiring external teaching, making evolution accessible once players discovered requirement existed. Porygon Z evolved from Porygon 2 through trading while holding dubious disc item, creating unstable final evolution, whose design incorporated glitchy, corrupted appearance, suggesting that artificial Pokemon's upgrade malfunctioned, creating powerful but erratic entity whose stats reflected instability through extreme, special attack with reduced defenses compared to Porygon 2's balanced distribution. The evolution narrative suggested that attempting to create more powerful version of Porygon 2 had introduced errors that made Porygon Z stronger offensively but less stable overall, creating trade-off where power came with unpredictability that design and lore emphasized. Even though mechanically, Porygon Z functioned reliably without random behavior, that instability theme might have suggested if implemented through abilities or moves that incorporated randomness reflecting corrupted state. Gallade evolved from male Kirlia through Dawn Stone, creating gender-exclusive fighting and psychic-type evolution that male Kirlia could achieve instead of evolving into Gardevoir that both genders could become through level up. This created branching path where male Kirlia trainers could choose between Gardevoir as special attacker or Gallade as physical attacker depending on which role team needed, with Dawnstone allowing access to fighting type that Ralt's line otherwise lacked through Gardevoir's pure psychic type before fairy type was added in Generation VI. Gallade's signature blade arms and knight-like design created distinct aesthetic from Gardevoir's elegant appearance, making gender-split evolution visually and mechanically divergent in ways that most gender differences didn't achieve through superficial appearance variations that didn't affect typing or stats. Probopass evolved from Nosepass through level up in magnetic field area, adding evolution to Generation 3 Pokémon, whose standalone status and pure rock typing had limited competitive viability that Steel's secondary typing partially addressed through creating rock and steel combination with 10 resistances, making Probopass exceptionally bulky, specially defensive wall, whose unique typing provided defensive utility despite mediocre stats and low speed, making it vulnerable to common fighting and ground attacks that quadruple damage made, devastating even against Probopass's decent bulk. The compass theme continued from Nosepass with Probopass, featuring metal filings resembling mustache, creating humorous appearance that made Probopass memorable through distinctive design even when competitive viability remained limited. Dusknoir evolved from Dusclops through trading while holding Reaper Cloth item, completing Ghost-type line from Generation 3 with Dusknoir, providing final form whose bulk exceeded Dusclops', making it defensively oriented Ghost-type that could wall physical attackers through high defense, while threatening back with Shadow Punch or with coverage moves. However, Dusclops remained competitively popular even after Dusknoir's introduction because Eviolite item introduced in Generation V gave unevolved Pokémon 50% boost to defense and special defense, making Dusclops bulkier than Dusknoir when holding Eviolite, creating unusual situation where middle stage evolution remained competitively superior to final form, in specific context where item transformed non-final evolution into superior version of itself compared to what evolution would provide. Frostlass evolved from female Snorunt through Dawnstone, creating gender-exclusive evolution parallel to Gallade, where female Snorunt could evolve into Frostlass instead of into Glalie, that both genders could become through level up. Frostlass's ice and ghost typing created unique combination providing offensive and defensive utility through having no common weaknesses and through providing stab attacks that had good neutral coverage together, making Frostlass competitively viable as fast special attacker or as suicide lead that set up hazards before fainting. The gender restriction limited accessibility, making Frostlass harder to obtain than Glalie, because only female Snorunt could evolve into it, requiring players to catch or breed females specifically for accessing evolution that males couldn't achieve, regardless of having Dawnstone. And so concludes the third part of our Sinnoh exploration, having discovered the 107 new species that Generation 4 introduced, from regional birds and rodents through fossil Pokémon and legendary beasts, and having examined the numerous cross-generation evolutions that completed families from previous generations through adding baby pre-evolutions or powerful final forms that utilized new evolution methods, including location requirements, move knowledge requirements, held items during trading, and stone usage. Rest now if sleep calls, or continue to Part 4, where we'll explore Sinnoh's legendary Pokémon, the underground features, contests, and mini-games, and the battle frontier. Sleep gently, dear friends. Welcome back, dear friends, to our continuing journey through the Sinnoh region. In this fourth part, we'll explore the legendary Pokémon whose myths shaped Sinnoh's creation stories and whose powers embody fundamental cosmic forces, delve into the Sinnoh Underground's treasure hunting and base building features that utilize DS wireless capabilities, discover the contest system that allowed showcasing Pokémon's beauty and performance rather than their battle prowess, examine the Battle Frontier facility that challenged competitive players with varied battle formats, and uncover the various mini-games and side activities that enriched Sinnoh beyond just the main adventure. So settle back comfortably, close your eyes when sleep beckons, and let us continue this gentle exploration of Sinnoh's depths. Sinnoh's legendary Pokémon embody the most fundamental forces in existence: time, space, and antimatter, creating mythology that explains universal origins through creatures whose powers transcend what ordinary Pokémon possess. Even when those ordinary Pokémon are exceptionally strong by mortal standards that cannot approach the Pana, reality-shaping capabilities that Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina wield through dominion over dimensions that structure existence itself. This creation mythology positions Sinnoh as region where cosmic forces are accessible and where ancient peoples built temples, attempting to harness powers that modern inhabitants fear disturbing, through recognizing that time and space manipulation could destroy everything if legendary Pokémon were awakened carelessly by those lacking wisdom about consequences that reckless divine intervention would create. Dialga represents time itself, according to Sinnoh mythology, having been born when time began flowing at universe's inception, creating entity whose existence and whose consciousness are inseparable from temporal progression that wouldn't occur without Dialga's presence, maintaining chronological flow. Its steel and dragon typing creates unique combination, providing defensive utility through 11 resistances and 1 immunity, making Dialga difficult to threaten through conventional attacks that its typing resists, with only ground weakness, creating vulnerability that well-built Dialga teams address through having teammates who can switch into ground attacks, protecting Dialga from its sole weakness that opponents must exploit for dealing super effective damage against temporal deity whose defenses make neutral attacks insufficient for threatening it meaningfully. Dialga's signature move, Roar of Time, represents temporal manipulation, dealing 150 base power damage among strongest dragon-type moves with drawback, requiring recharge turn, where Dialga cannot act after using this. devastatingly powerful attack that comes with vulnerability, cost-balancing incredible power against tactical liability that recharge creates when opponents get free. Turn where Dialga cannot defend or attack, leaving it vulnerable to setup, or to attacks that it cannot prevent during forced rest following Roar of Time's exertion. The move's flavor describes it as roaring that distorts time itself, suggesting that Dialga weaponizes temporal flow through creating localized time distortions that damage opponents caught in warped chronology, where past, present, and future collapse into single moment that biology cannot withstand without suffering catastrophic cellular damage from temporal paradoxes. Its ability, pressure doubles, PP consumption for moves targeting Dialga, creating defensive utility beyond just stats. By forcing opponents to exhaust moves faster when attacking Dialga than they would exhaust moves against opponents without pressure, making it excellent staller that can force opponents to run out of PP for their best moves through repeatedly tanking attacks until attackers cannot continue using moves that would normally threaten Dialga if PP weren't being consumed at double rate. This ability synergizes with Dialga's bulk, allowing it to survive numerous attacks while opponents burn through PP, eventually leaving them with only weak moves, or with struggle when all PP depletes, forcing them into position where Dialga can eliminate threats that depleted resources trying to overcome Temporal Dragon's defenses. Dialga's role in Diamond Version's storyline places it as central legendary that Team Galactic attempts to control through Red Chain, created from Lake Guardian's extracted essence, with Cyrus summoning Dialga at Spear Pillar, intending to use its temporal powers for destroying current universe and creating new reality without spirit. The summoning creates crisis where time itself becomes unstable, with regions experiencing temporal distortions as Dialga's awakening affects chronological flow throughout Sinnoh, demonstrating that disturbing Time Dragon has consequences extending beyond immediate vicinity, where summoning occurred, affecting entire region and potentially entire world. If Dialga's rampage wasn't stopped through player intervention, calming or capturing it before temporal collapse makes reality uninhabitable. Palkia represents space and occupies parallel role to Dialga as mascot legendary for Pearl version, embodying spatial dimensions that allow physical existence through providing framework where matter can exist in locations rather than in formless void lacking structure that space provides. Its water and dragon typing creates different defensive profile than Dialga, with fewer resistances, but also fewer common weaknesses, being vulnerable primarily to dragon and fairy attacks that are less common in casual play than ground attacks that Dialga fears, making Palkia arguably easier to use defensively, despite having less impressive defensive typing than Dialga's Steel and Dragon combination that provides more resistances. Palkia's signature move, Spatial Rend, deals 100 base power with high critical hit ratio, creating reliable dragon-type stab that doesn't require recharge turn, making it more spammable than Roar of Time, though dealing less damage when both moves hit at base power without critical hits factored in. The move's flavor describes rending space itself, creating tears in dimensional fabric that damage opponents through exposing them to void between dimensions, where matter cannot exist safely without being torn apart by conflicting spatial geometries that Spatial Rend weaponizes through controlled tears that close after damaging opponents, preventing permanent dimensional breaches that uncontrolled space manipulation might create if Palkia used powers recklessly. Without precision, that Spatial Ren demonstrates through creating temporary controlled rifts. Its ability, pressure, functions identically to Dialga's, creating same PP draining utility that makes both creation dragons excellent stallers, capable of forcing opponents to exhaust resources through repeated attacks. That pressure makes doubly costly regarding PP consumption. This shared ability suggests that creation deities possess inherent quality that makes opposing them draining experience, both literally through pressure mechanics and metaphorically through lore, describing how challenging time or space manipulation taxes those attempting to oppose forces that structured universe itself and that cannot be overcome easily by mortals whose existence depends on stable time and space that creation dragons embody. Palkia's role in Pearl version mirrors Dialga's Diamond version role with Team Galactic, summoning it at Spear Pillar for same reality-destroying purposes that Cyrus pursues regardless of which legendary serves his goals. Since both time manipulation and space manipulation could theoretically accomplish universe destruction that would allow creating new reality from cosmic ruins. The awakening creates spatial distortions, where distances become inconsistent and where locations become disconnected from normal geography as space itself buckles under Palkia's presence, demonstrating that Spatial Dragon's power extends beyond immediate vicinity, affecting regional geography through making navigation unreliable when space warps unpredictably. Giratina completes creation trio as antimatter counterpart to Dialga and Palkia, representing balance between matter's creation through time and space and matter's negation through antimatter that cancels regular matter when they contact, creating annihilation that releases energy. Its ghost and dragon typing creates unique combination that made it competitively popular through having 7 resistances and 3 immunities, providing excellent defensive profile despite having 4 weaknesses to Ghost, Dark, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy, attacks that opponents must carry for threatening Giratina, whose typing otherwise makes it difficult to damage effectively through attacks that it resists or is immune to. Giratina has 2 forms, with Altered Form appearing in normal world featuring legs and more defensive stat distribution, while Origin Form appears in Distortion World or when holding Greasius Orb, showing serpentine appearance with more offensive stats, emphasizing Giratina's attacking capabilities. The Forme difference reflects dimensional nature, where Giratina's true form requires distortion, worlds altered physics for maintaining structure that normal dimension cannot support, without Greasius Orb providing dimensional anchor, allowing Origin Form manifestation in reality that would otherwise force Altered Form as compromise between Giratina's full power and what normal space can accommodate. Its signature move Shadow Force creates 2-turn attack, where Giratina vanishes on first turn, becoming invulnerable to most attacks, while preparing Strike that lands on second turn, dealing 120 base power damage that bypasses Protect and Detect, making opponents unable to defend against Giratina's reappearance strike. The move creates mind games where opponents must predict whether to switch, anticipating Giratina's target, or to stay in, hoping their Pokémon survives impact and can retaliate when Giratina becomes vulnerable after attacking, creating tactical depth beyond just clicking strongest move, making Shadow Force interesting strategic option, despite 2-turn requirement that most moves avoid through hitting immediately without telegraphing attacks that opponents can respond to during charging turn. Giratina's role in Platinum version elevates it from post-game encounter in Diamond and Pearl to central legendary, whose distortion world serves as climactic location where physics operates differently, with gravity being inconsistent, and with platforms floating without visible support, creating surreal environment that visually represents antimatter dimension where normal rules don't apply. The distortion world's geometry includes waterfalls flowing upward, paths appearing and disappearing based on player position, an impossible architecture that shouldn't function according to normal physics, but which operates according to rules that antimatter dimension follows, despite seeming chaotic from perspective of beings accustomed to normal reality's consistent physical laws. The creation trio's mythology describes them as being created by Arceus, who shaped time through Dialga, shaped space through Palkia, and shaped antimatter through Giratina, before creating Lake Guardians who gave humanity knowledge, emotion, and willpower, making conscious civilization possible. This creation narrative positions Sinnoh as region where cosmic origins are remembered through legends and through ruins where ancient peoples worshipped creation deities whose powers they recognized as fundamental to existence itself, making worship practical acknowledgement of dependence on forces that allowed life and consciousness rather than being superstitious belief in imaginary powers that actually didn't exist or didn't matter for daily survival. The Lake Guardians represent consciousness's three essential components according to Sinnoh mythology, with Uxie embodying knowledge accumulated through learning and experience, Mesprit embodying emotions that motivate actions and create bonds, and Azulf embodying willpower that enables pursuing goals despite obstacles that might discourage those lacking determination. These three psychic pixies dwell in Sinnoh's three major lakes, Lake Acuity, Lake Verity, and Lake Valor, respectively, where they remain hidden from most humans, whose ordinary perception cannot detect legendary Pokémon, whose powers include invisibility or psychic shielding that prevents casual observation by those lacking sensitivity to detect presences that legendary Pokémon can conceal when desiring privacy. Uxie resides in Lake Acuity at Sinnoh's northern reaches in cold region, where Snowpoint City sits as northernmost settlement, with Uxie's association with knowledge, creating thematic connection to isolation and contemplation that remote location suggests through being far from civilization's noise and distraction. Its Pokédex entries describe it as wiping memories from anyone who looks into its eyes, creating defense mechanism that protects both Uxie from threats and protects its accumulated knowledge from theft by those who might misuse information that Uxie has gathered across millennia of observation. The memory erasure creates disturbing implication that people might have encountered Uxie and forgotten completely, making them unaware that they've witnessed legendary Pokémon whose defense mechanism eliminated memories of encounter and potentially eliminated other memories through collateral erasure, affecting recollections unrelated to Uxie sighting. Competitively, Uxie functions as defensive support Pokémon with exceptional 130 base defense, allowing it to wall physical attackers while using moves like Stealth Rock, Thunder Wave, Memento, or U-Turn, creating utility beyond just tanking through, providing team support that benefits teammates even after Uxie faints from accumulated damage. Its balanced stat distribution gives it perfect 75 inches HP, attack, special defense, and speed, creating unusual allocation where no stat is particularly high or low except defense, creating Pokémon whose role is clearly defensive, physical wall without having other stats optimized for alternative roles that different distributions might suggest. Mesprit dwells in Lake Verity near starting town of Twinleaf, where player character begins journey, with Mesprit's emotional embodiment creating thematic connection to home and to beginnings, where emotions develop through early experiences and relationships. Unlike Uxie and Azelf, who remain stationary, Mesprit becomes roaming legendary, after initial encounter fleeing throughout Sinnoh, requiring tracking through Pokédex marking app and requiring encounter manipulation to trap it before it flees again, making Mesprit frustrating to catch. Through roaming mechanic that previous generations introduced, with legendary beasts continuing in Sinnoh, with Mesprit maintaining tradition of one roaming legendary whose capture requires patience. Its Pokédex entries describe it as teaching humans' ability to feel sorrow and joy, suggesting that without Mesprit's gift, humanity would lack emotional capacity, making life experiences meaningless without feelings, providing subjective meaning that pure rational thought cannot generate alone. This positions Mesprit as essential to human consciousness and civilization through enabling emotions that motivate cooperation, that create art, that inspire sacrifice, and that generally make life worth living beyond mere survival, that emotionless existence might achieve without ever experiencing happiness, that emotions allow alongside sadness, that emotions equally create as inevitable complement to positive feelings. Competitively, Mesprit occupies middle ground between Uxie and Azelf, with balanced stats at 105 base across attack, defense, special, attack, special defense, and speed, creating versatile Pokémon that can run offensive sets, defensive sets, or support sets, depending on team needs, without being optimized for any particular role, making Mesprit flexible but not exceptional at anything, creating situation where it's decent at everything without being great at anything, specifically making other specialists more attractive for teams seeking particular roles that Mesprit can perform adequately but not optimally compared to Pokémon whose stats are distributed towards specific strengths. Azelf inhabits Lake Valor near Pastoria City and Veilstone City in central Sinnoh location, with willpower embodiment, creating thematic connection to determination required for journey's middle portions, where initial enthusiasm wanes, but championship remains distant, requiring persistence through periods where progress feels slow and obstacles feel insurmountable. Its Pokédex entries describe it as granting humans willpower to accomplish goals, suggesting that without Azelf's gift, humanity would lack determination, making long-term projects impossible without mental fortitude that sustained effort requires across time spans, where immediate gratification isn't available, and where continuing despite setbacks becomes necessary for eventual success. Competitively, Azelf functions as offensive lead or suicide lead with exceptional 125 base attack and special attack, backed by 115 base speed, allowing it to outspeed most opponents and hit hard with attacks, or allowing it to set up stealth, rock, and taunt, before using explosion to sacrifice itself while dealing massive damage to opponent, establishing favorable position for teammates who benefit from hazards and from damage that Azelf inflicted before fainting. Its offensive orientation contrasts with Uxie's defensive specialization, while Mesprit's balance provides middle option, creating trio where each member serves different competitive role, reflecting different aspects of consciousness that they embody through knowledge, emotion, and willpower, manifesting as defense, balance, and offense, respectively. The Lake Guardian's role in storyline involves Team Galactic, capturing all three simultaneously through coordinated lake raids that player cannot prevent, because responding to one lake means abandoning other two to their fates, creating helplessness, where despite players' strength, they cannot save all Lake Guardians from capture that leads to their essence being extracted for red chain creation. This plot point demonstrates that player character has limitations and that villains can succeed in executing plans despite player opposition when those plans involve simultaneous operations, overwhelming players' ability to respond, creating stakes where players' failure has consequences beyond just losing battle but actually advancing villains' apocalyptic agenda. Their rescue requires infiltrating Team Galactic headquarters in Veilstone, where they're held captive in research facility, extracting their essence for red chain crystallization process that harms Psychic Trio, whose suffering Cyrus dismisses as acceptable collateral damage for achieving his goals of universe destruction and recreation. The liberation of Lake Guardians doesn't immediately restore their power, requiring them to recover from ordeal before they can assist during Spear Pillar confrontation, where they arrive to help calm Dialga or Palkia, whose summoning Team Galactic accomplished using Red Chain created from their stolen essence, making Lake Guardians complicit through having been used despite their unwillingness to participate in Cyrus's scheme. Regigigas serves as master of legendary titans from Generation 3, with Sinnoh mythology describing Regigigas as having towed continents into their current positions, using ropes after creating Regirock, Regice, and Registeel as servants who assisted in reshaping geography during ancient times when land masses weren't yet settled into modern configurations. This creation myth establishes Regigigas as immensely powerful being whose strength exceeds even titans it created, making it among most physically powerful Pokémon in franchise with 160 base attack reflecting legendary strength, capable of continental manipulation that modern Pokémon cannot approach, regardless of their considerable combat capabilities. However, Regigigas's slow start ability severely handicaps it by halving attack and speed for 5 turns after entering battle, creating massive liability that transforms potentially overwhelming offensive threat into nearly useless Pokémon that cannot meaningfully contribute during crucial opening turns, where battles often get decided through early momentum. That slow start prevents Regigigas from influencing effectively. This crippling ability makes Regigigas tragic case study in how single ability can completely neutralize Pokemon's strengths, despite impressive base stats that suggest it should dominate, but which slow start prevents from being planning. Realized in practice, making Regigigas competitively unviable, despite statistics that indicate it should be powerful, restricted, legendary, requiring special tournament rules for handling. Accessing Regigigas requires bringing Regirock, Regice, and Registeel to Snow Point Temple, creating requirement that encourages either trading with players who have these titans from Generation 3 or who transferred them through Pal Park from Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald, or requires waiting until Platinum introduced new locations where titans could be caught in Sinnoh, making Regigigas accessible without needing Generation 3 games. This multi-species requirement acknowledges mythology, describing Regigigas as master of titans, whose presence awakens sleeping continent shaper, who recognizes its creations and responds to their call after eons of dormancy in temple basement, where it waited for reunion with servants whose existence confirmed that someone had assembled entire Titan family. The Snowpoint Temple features puzzle requiring pushing ice blocks into specific positions and traversing multiple floors while avoiding or defeating trainers who guard upper levels leading toward Chamber, where Regigigas sleeps at level 1, in Diamond and Pearl, or at level 70 in Platinum, creating encounter whose difficulty varies dramatically between versions. The temple's existence as dedicated structure for housing Regigigas suggests ancient Sinnoh civilization knew about its power and deliberately constructed containment or shrine for legendary Pokémon whose continental manipulation they either worshipped or feared sufficiently to build temple, ensuring it remained in specific location where it could be monitored or where rituals could be performed, maintaining seals that prevented awakening that modern player disrupts. Through entering Chamber that ancient peoples intended should remain sealed, Sinnoh introduced multiple mythical Pokémon distributed through events rather than being available through normal gameplay, with these event-exclusive creatures requiring players to attend specific locations or to obtain special items through promotions, creating limited-time access that made mythical Pokémon genuinely rare during their distribution windows before becoming completely unavailable after events ended, until future distributions occasionally made them accessible again years later through anniversary events or special promotions. Manaphy represents water-type mythical Pokémon whose unique ability to breed produced Phione, only mythical Pokémon capable of reproduction, though offspring cannot evolve into Manaphy, creating one-way breeding where Manaphy parents produce Phione children who themselves can breed, producing more Phione without ever creating more Manaphy, making original legendary unique despite having descendants. This unusual reproduction pattern creates taxonomic questions about whether Phione counts as mythical or as ordinary Pokémon, given that it can be bred infinitely, unlike other mythicals, whose inability to breed maintains their legendary status through scarcity that breeding would eliminate if legendary Pokémon could reproduce. Manaphy was distributed through Pokémon Ranger game integration, where completing specific mission in Ranger allowed transferring Manaphy Egg to Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum, creating cross-game promotion that encouraged purchasing both main series games and spin-off titles that distribution events integrated, creating promotional synergy between products that sharing Pokémon across games facilitated. The distribution method created frustration for players who didn't own Pokémon Ranger or who didn't complete it before distribution period ended, making Manaphy initially one of hardest mythical Pokémon to obtain through legitimate means, without trading with players who had completed Ranger mission. Competitively, Manaphy functions as bulky, water type with Tail Glow, one of strongest setup moves, boosting special attack by 3 stages, creating devastating sweeper that becomes nearly unstoppable after single boost, making it threatening despite being banned from most tournament formats where mythical Pokémon typically aren't allowed. Its hydration ability heals status conditions in rain, creating synergy with rain teams, where Manaphy can absorb status moves without being permanently crippled by them, while rain boosts surf damage, making Manaphy's water type attacks exceptionally powerful in weather that benefits water types generally, but which particularly benefits Manaphy through hydration, preventing status from crippling it during sweep attempts. Phione's status remains controversial within fan communities debating whether being breedable disqualifies it from mythical designation or whether being offspring of mythical Pokémon makes it mythical regardless of breeding capability that other mythicals lack. Game Freak never clearly classified Phione, creating ambiguity that fans argue about through examining whether Phione receives mythical Pokemon's special distribution treatment or whether it's treated as ordinary Pokemon whose association with Manaphy doesn't grant it legendary status that scarcity traditionally determines through limited availability that breeding eliminates for Phione, even though Manaphy remains rare, through event-exclusive distribution that Phione bypasses through breeding. Accessibility. Shaymin represents grass-type mythical distributed through special Wonder Card events that required visiting participating retailers or downloading through Nintendo Wi-Fi connection during limited distribution windows making Shaymin temporarily accessible before event ended, preventing new players from obtaining it until future distributions occasionally made it available again. Its land form appears as small hedgehog with flower-like features, creating cute appearance that contrasts with sky form access through using Gressidea flower during daytime, transforming Shaymin into sleeker appearance with flying. Secondary type. An increased speed, making it faster, more offensive form compared to landform's defensive orientation. Shaymin's signature move, Seed Flare in Sky Form A, deals powerful 120 base power, grass-type damage, with chance to sharply lower opponent's special defense, creating move that can snowball through weakening targets for subsequent attacks that hit harder after special defense drops, making Shaymin progressively more threatening as battle continues if Seed Flare's secondary effect activates multiple times. The move's flavor describes floral explosion that releases pollen containing energy that powers Shaymin's gratitude-based abilities, according to lore describing Shaymin as gratitude Pokemon, whose powers strengthen when feeling appreciated, creating thematic connection between positive emotions and strength. Darkrai represents dark-type mythical, whose distribution through member card event item allowed accessing in where Darkrai appears, creating encounter, requiring players to obtain event item through distribution before being able to catch Pokemon whose appearance in main storyline involved Cresselia quest, where Darkrai's nightmares afflicted boy whose cure required Lunar Wing from Full Moon Island, establishing Darkrai as antagonist whose dreams harm innocence, creating moral ambiguity about whether Darkrai deliberately causes suffering or whether nightmares simply radiate from its presence regardless of intentions. Its signature ability, Bad Dreams, damages sleeping opponents each turn, creating synergy with signature move, Dark Void, that puts both opponents to sleep in double battles, creating win condition where Darkrai incapacitates opposing team, then eliminates them through combination of Bad Dreams, passive damage, and active attacks that sleeping opponents cannot defend against while incapacitated. However, Dark Void's accuracy was reduced from 80% to 50% in Generation 7, after years of complaints about its power in competitive formats where Darkrai could potentially incapacitate entire teams through sleep that prevented opponents from acting, while Bad Dreams and attacks gradually eliminated helpless sleeping Pokémon who couldn't wake quickly enough to retaliate effectively. The Sinnoh Underground introduced wireless local multiplayer within cave network beneath entire region, where players could mine walls for fossils and for evolutionary stones, could create secret bases decorating underground rooms, with furniture obtained through mining or trading, and could play Capture the Flag-style minigame where players competed to steal each other's flags, while defending their own bases from raiders attempting to score points through successful thefts. The underground utilized DS's wireless capabilities, allowing multiple players to coexist in shared underground world even when playing separate game copies, creating social experience, where nearby players appeared automatically when within wireless range, making underground feel populated when other players were present. Mining involved tapping touchscreen to chip away wall sections, revealing items hidden behind rock that limited number of hammer and pick uses could expose before wall collapsed. Ending mining session, requiring players to manage tools carefully for maximizing items extracted before exhausting available uses that poor tool management would waste through breaking wall prematurely before all items were revealed. The mining mini-game created risk-reward decisions, where attempting to extract items close together risked breaking wall through excessive damage in concentrated area, while spacing impacts safely meant potentially missing items that careful, calculated mining could have reached within available tool uses. That optimal play required understanding crack patterns and damage zones that different tools created. Fossils obtained through mining could be revived into ancient Pokémon, including Cranidos, Shieldon, and fossils from previous generations like Omanite, Kabuto, Aerodactyl, Lileep, and Anorith, making underground essential for completing Pokédex entries requiring fossil Pokémon that weren't available through normal encounters in overworld locations. The fossil revival process required extracting fossils from underground, then bringing them to Oreburgh Museum, where scientists revived them into living Pokémon, continuing series tradition of fossil revival that began in Generation 1 with similar systems allowing ancient extinct species to be restored through technology that games never fully explained, beyond showing that DNA preserved in fossils could be used for cloning creatures that died millions of years ago. Evolutionary stones appeared in mining alongside fossils, providing renewable source for evolution items that Overworld had limited quantities of, making underground valuable for players who wanted multiple evolution stones for evolving different Pokémon without needing to choose which candidates received scarce stones that single-player story provided in limited numbers. The renewable stones acknowledged that requiring trading or restarting games for obtaining multiple stones created frustration that Underground partially addressed through making stones obtainable through mining that patient players could repeat indefinitely for accumulating stones needed for completing evolutionary lines, requiring fire stones, water stones, thunder stones, or other catalysts. Secret bases allowed personalizing underground rooms with furniture, including chairs, tables, plants, and decorative objects that players arranged, creating customized spaces that other players could visit when exploring underground, seeing bases that nearby players had created and decorated according to personal preferences. The base customization created light creative gameplay where Underground wasn't just about mining utility but also about expression through decoration that didn't affect gameplay mechanically but which provided satisfaction through creating spaces reflecting personal aesthetics that other players could appreciate when visiting bases during underground exploration sessions. Spheres obtained through mining served as currency for trading decorations with NPCs and served as fuel for radar that revealed locations of items and traps that other players placed throughout Underground, creating economy where mining produced resources that enabled other underground activities, including decoration, acquisition, and radar usage that enhanced mining efficiency through revealing item locations before committing to mining specific walls whose contents radar could preview, preventing wasted effort mining walls that didn't contain desired fossils or stones. The Capture the Flag minigame created competitive element, where players competed directly, rather than just independently mining or decorating bases, with players invading each other's bases attempting to steal flags, while base owners defended against raids or launched counter-raids against aggressors, creating dynamic where underground became battlefield, where players opposed each other through minigame that didn't involve Pokémon battles, but which created different competition format that wireless multiplayer enabled through allowing multiple players to interact simultaneously in shared space where their actions affected each other directly. Traps placed by players created hazards that invading flag stealers encountered when approaching bases whose owners had strategically positioned smoke screens, boulders, and other obstacles, slowing raiders or alerting defenders to intrusions, making base defense possible even when owners weren't actively monitoring their bases during underground sessions when they were focused on mining or other activities. That trap notifications could interrupt warning that someone was attempting flag theft, requiring defensive response. Sinnoh's contest system refined mechanics introduced in Generation 3, with contests judging Pokémon on coolness, beauty, cuteness, smartness, or toughness, through performance-based competition, where move selections and timing determined scores rather than battle prowess determining winners. The contests provided alternative gameplay for players uninterested in battling, who preferred showcasing Pokémon's aesthetic qualities and performance capabilities in non-combat contexts, where different criteria determined success compared to battles where type advantages and stats dominated outcomes. Poffins replaced Pokeblocks as consumable treats that raised Pokemon's contest condition stats through cooking berries in Poffin House, located in Heart Home City, where players used touchscreen to stir mixture, preventing burning while achieving proper timing that determined Poffin quality, affecting how much condition stats increased when Pokémon consumed finished products. The cooking minigame created preparation phase, where contests required investment beyond just selecting moves, with optimal Poffins requiring specific berry combinations and proper stirring technique that casual players might not master without experimentation. Learning which berries and which stirring patterns produced Poffins, maximizing desired stat, while minimizing negative stats that poor berry selection or poor cooking technique created. The visual round judged Pokemon's appearance and accessories, with players dressing Pokemon using decorative items that attach to various body parts, creating customized looks that judges scored based on theme that each contest category emphasized. The dress-up phase allowed creative expression through coordinating accessories, matching contest theme with coolness contests, rewarding different aesthetic than cuteness contests, creating decisions about which accessories complemented Pokemon's natural appearance while emphasizing qualities that specific contest category valued without clashing visually through poorly coordinated combinations that judges penalized for lacking cohesion. The dance round required timing button presses to rhythm displayed on touchscreen, with successful timing building excitement meter that affected later round scoring, creating rhythm game element that tested player reflexes and timing rather than testing strategic thinking or Pokemon stats. The dance performance created spectacle where Pokemon moved synchronously when players timed inputs correctly, creating visual coordination that judges rewarded through higher scores, while mistimed inputs created awkward performances that judges penalized through lower excitement that reduced subsequent scoring potential in later rounds, where excitement meter influenced how moves were received. The move round involved selecting moves from Pokemon's moveset, with moves having coolness, beauty, cuteness, smartness, or toughness attributes, determining their appeal in contests, where matching move attributes to contest category generated more appeal than using mismatched moves that judges didn't appreciate as highly. The move selection created strategic layer, where contest-optimized movesets differed from battle-optimized movesets, making some Pokemon better suited for contests than for battles, depending on whether their natural moves matched contest categories or whether they learned moves better suited for combat than for performance judging. Combo moves created appeal bonuses when specific move sequences were used in correct order, with certain moves setting up follow-up moves that generated bonus appeal if combo was recognized by judges who rewarded coordinated performances more than random move selections that didn't demonstrate planning or understanding of how moves could be combined for maximum effect. The combo system created depth for dedicated contest players who learned which moves complemented each other and who built move sets specifically for contest success rather than for battle effectiveness that different optimization required. Master rank contests provided endgame challenge for contest enthusiasts who mastered lower ranks and who wanted to test against skilled NPC opponents whose Pokemon had optimized condition stats and whose move selections demonstrated understanding of contest mechanics, making master rank genuinely challenging compared to lower ranks that casual players could win without optimization. The difficulty progression acknowledged that contests could be taken seriously by players who enjoyed performance competition and who wanted challenges comparable to Battle Tower's difficulty, but in contest context rather than in battle context. Ribbons awarded for contest victories created collection goal parallel to badges or battle frontier symbols, with players able to accumulate ribbons across multiple Pokemon, creating collection that demonstrated contest dedication beyond just casual participation. The ribbons appeared in Pokemon summary screens, creating permanent record of contest achievements that battles didn't generate unless Pokemon participated in Battle Tower, where commemorative ribbons could be earned through victories that acknowledged competitive accomplishments beyond just level and moveset that summary screens traditionally displayed without recognizing achievements in alternative gameplay modes. And so concludes the fourth part of our Sinnoh exploration, having discovered the creation trio whose powers shaped time, space, and antimatter, the lake guardians who gave humanity consciousness, the legendary titans, and their continental master, mythical Pokemon distributed through events, the underground's mining and base building, and the contest system that celebrated beauty over battle prowess. Rest now if sleep calls, or continue to the final part where we'll explore the battle frontier, Platinum's enhancements, post-game content, and Sinnoh's lasting legacy in Pokemon history. Sleep gently, dear friends. Welcome back, dear friends, to the final part of our comprehensive journey through the Sinnoh region. In this concluding section, we'll explore the battle frontier that tested competitive skills across 7 varied facilities, discover the enhancements that Pokemon Platinum introduced through expanded Pokédex and Distortion World, examine the post-game content that extended adventure beyond champion victory, investigate the physical special split that revolutionized competitive battling, uncover the Wi-Fi Plaza and global trade station that connected players worldwide, and reflect on Sinnoh's lasting impact on the franchise across nearly 2 decades since Diamond and Pearl's release. So settle back one final time, close your eyes whenever sleep beckons, and let us complete this gentle exploration of Sinnoh's depths and its enduring legacy. The battle frontier opened after defeating Elite Four, providing 7 specialized facilities where different battle formats tested strategic thinking, team building, and understanding of game mechanics beyond what standard playthrough required, through creating challenges that casual teams couldn't overcome without specific preparation, addressing each facility's unique rules and restrictions. Located at Fight Area, accessible via boat from Snowpoint City, the frontier represented Sinnoh's premier competitive challenge, requiring dedication and skill for earning symbols from frontier brains who led each facility as final bosses, whose teams represented peak competitive play that casual players might struggle against without studying their strategies. The Battle Tower served as straightforward facility where players battled through consecutive opponents using selected team of 3 Pokémon in standard singles or doubles format without special rules beyond level restrictions, creating pure skill challenge where proper team composition and prediction determined success more than gimmicks or unusual mechanics that other facilities emphasized. Tower Master Palmer Berry's father served as Frontier Brain, whose team included Cresselia, Milotic, Dragonite, and Regigigas, creating balanced squad that tested players' ability to handle legendary Pokémon and pseudo-legendary threats through appropriate counters that well-built teams included for managing common competitive threats. Consecutive victories earned battle points that could be exchanged for competitive items, including choice items, Life Orb, Focus Sash, and Move Tutors, who taught moves unavailable through normal level up or TMs, making Battle Frontier essential destination for competitive players who needed these items and moves for optimizing teams beyond what standard gameplay provided. The BP economy created grind where players repeatedly challenged facilities, earning points gradually through victories that accumulated slowly, requiring patience for purchasing expensive items or moves that competitive optimization demanded, but which casual players might ignore if uninterested in competitive battling that items and tutors primarily benefited. The Battle Factory operated under rental system, where players used randomly assigned Pokémon rather than their own teams, with opportunity to swap rental Pokémon for defeated opponents' Pokémon after each battle, creating dynamic where initial random assignment could improve through strategic swapping that built stronger team from opponent rosters. Factory head Thornton served as Frontier Brain, whose rental team demonstrated that skill mattered more than just having perfectly trained Pokémon, when even randomly assigned teams could win through proper play that factory format tested by, removing advantage that perfectly trained personal teams provided in other facilities, where EV training and IV breeding created statistical edges that factory's rental format eliminated. The Battle Castle incorporated wager system, where players bet castle points on matches with higher wagers, providing better rewards, but risking more CP loss if defeated, with CP purchasing healing items and status recovery between battles that weren't freely available, creating resource management challenge, where spending CP on healing competed with saving CP for beneficial room effects that could be purchased before battles to gain advantages. Castle Valet Darach served as Frontier Brain, who battled alongside partner Lady Caitlin, who would later appear as Unova Elite Four member, with their double battle format, requiring players to handle coordinated team rather than single opponent, creating different challenge than most Frontier brains who battled alone. The Battle Arcade introduced randomization, where roulette wheel determined effects applied before each battle, including stat changes, held item swaps, healing, damage, or various other effects that could help or hinder, creating unpredictable challenge where luck mattered alongside skill, making arcade frustrating for players seeking consistent results, but creating unique experience where adaptation to random conditions tested flexibility. Arcade star Dahlia served as Frontier Brain, whose team had to overcome same random effects that players faced, creating equal footing where neither side had inherent advantage from roulette that affected both parties identically though. NPC's AI limitations meant skilled players usually won despite bad luck occasionally, creating unwinnable situations through multiple negative roulette results compounding. The Battle Hall allowed challenging specific Pokémon types in sequence, using single Pokémon whose type determined effectiveness against chosen opponent types, with consecutive victories, requiring defeating increasingly stronger opponents of pawn selected type. Hall Matron Argenta served as Frontier Brain, whose appearance varied depending on which type challenge players attempted when reaching her, creating multiple encounters where she used different teams corresponding to type specialization. That challenge format emphasized through restricting opponent pools to single type that players selected, knowing their chosen Pokemon's type advantages or disadvantages against anticipated opponents. The Battle Factory. Wait. We covered Factory already. The facilities each provided unique format preventing monotony that single battle format would create if all facilities used standard rules without variation, that different challenge types introduced through specialized formats that tested different skills beyond just standard competitive battling, that tower format represented through straightforward rules that didn't include unusual mechanics that other facilities incorporated for variety. Earning symbols from each Frontier Brain required defeating them at milestone victories, with silver symbols earned at initial encounter and gold symbols requiring second victory after extending win streak past first brain battle, demonstrating consistent performance rather than single, lucky victory that might not reflect genuine skill if win streak couldn't be maintained beyond initial brain defeat. The symbols appeared in trainer card, creating visible achievement record that completionists pursued through challenging all facilities and defeating all brains for collecting complete symbol set that required mastering 7 different record battle formats that each facility presented through distinct rules and restrictions. The Battle Frontier's difficulty exceeded most players' casual capabilities through requiring competitive knowledge about stats, abilities, movesets, and strategies that standard playthrough didn't teach, making Frontier intimidating for players whose teams succeeded in main story, but which lacked optimization needed for consecutive victories against AI teams that used competitive strategies, including prediction, switching, and coverage moves that standard NPC trainers didn't employ. This difficulty created clear post-game content for dedicated players while acknowledging that not all players wanted or needed Frontier challenges that existed for subset of audience, seeking difficult content beyond main story that casual audiences could ignore without missing story, content, or necessary Pokémon that Frontier locked behind challenges that required dedication for completing. Pokémon Platinum released on the 13th of September 2008 in Japan, approximately 2 years after Diamond and Pearl, serving as enhanced third version following tradition established by Yellow, Crystal, and Emerald in previous generations, with Platinum combining elements from both versions while adding exclusive content, including expanded Pokédex, Distortion World, Battle Frontier in base game, rather than requiring separate location, and various quality of life improvements addressing complaints about Diamond and Pearl's slow gameplay and limited fire-type availability that base versions suffered from. The expanded Sinnoh Pokédex included 210 species compared to Diamond and Pearl's 151, adding previously post-game only Pokémon into regional decks, making them available during main story, providing more team-building options, particularly for fire types, whose scarcity in Diamond and Pearl had created situation where Infernape was often only fire type available during playthrough unless players used Ponyta line as sole alternative. Platinum's expanded decks address this through making Houndoom, Flareon, and Magmortar available earlier, providing fire type variety that base versions lacked, creating more balanced type distribution that improved gameplay experience for players who wanted fire types beyond just Starter or Ponyta. The Distortion World became Platinum's signature location where Giratina dwelt in antimatter dimension, whose impossible geometry created surreal environment where gravity behaved inconsistently, where platforms floated without support, and where waterfalls flowed upward, defying normal physics through dimensional properties that normal reality's rules didn't constrain. The Distortion World sequence occurred during story climax when Cyrus successfully summoned both Dialga and Palkia simultaneously, causing dimensional rifts that attracted Giratina's attention, drawing it from antimatter realm to normal world, where it dragged Cyrus into Distortion World, creating confrontation where player pursued them into bizarre dimension for preventing Cyrus from escaping while stopping Giratina, whose rampage threatened both dimensions. Navigating Distortion World required understanding three-dimensional space displayed through two-dimensional screen, with pathways appearing and disappearing based on player position, creating puzzle where reaching Giratina required manipulating dimensional geometry through moving to specific positions that triggered platform appearances, allowing progress toward confrontation. The visual design created memorable sequence utilizing perspective tricks and impossible architecture that M.C. Escher paintings might inspire, with staircases leading unexpected directions and with orientation changing as player moved through dimension, where up and down became relative rather than absolute, creating disorientation that reinforced alien nature of antimatter, realm where normal spatial relationships didn't apply consistently. Platinum's story expanded on Diamond and Pearl's plot through giving Giratina a central role rather than relegating it to post-game turn-back cave encounter that base versions featured, with Distortion World sequence providing climactic set piece that base versions lacked through having relatively straightforward spear pillar confrontation without dimensional travel that Platinum's enhanced narrative incorporated. The story additions created more satisfying conclusion through involving all three creation dragons, rather than just featuring Dialga or Palkia, depending on version, while Giratina remained absent until post-game, making Platinum feel more complete through acknowledging antimatter dragon's importance to creation mythology that Diamond and Pearl had downplayed through minimal role in base game's narratives. The Battle Frontier's inclusion in Platinum's base game, rather than requiring travel to separate fight area location, made facilities more accessible, though they still required defeating Elite Four before unlocking, creating post-game content that base games had relegated to separate area that Platinum integrated better into main game world. Additionally, Platinum added Wi-Fi battles in Battle Frontier, allowing remote competitive play through Nintendo Wi-Fi connection that base games hadn't supported in Frontier context, creating online competitive venue that previous generations lacked. Gym Leader rematches became possible in Platinum with Battleground location at Survival Area, where rotating daily Gym Leader could be challenged, providing opportunities to battle leaders with stronger teams than their initial gym battles presented, creating additional challenge for players seeking tougher fights beyond Elite Four and Frontier. The rematch teams featured evolved Pokémon and higher levels than original gym battles, with leaders using strategies more complex than initial encounters demonstrated through having full teams and through using items during battle that gym. Challenges prohibited, creating different experience than first battles had provided. The Looker character received expanded role in Platinum, serving as international police detective, investigating Team Galactic, whose presence throughout adventure created recurring NPC whose investigation paralleled players' journey, culminating in assisting against Galactic's plans. Looker's inclusion added narrative continuity through character who appeared multiple times, providing plot exposition and providing connection between various galactic encounters that otherwise might feel disconnected without character, linking them through ongoing investigation that Looker conducted while player progressed through adventure, encountering galactic operations that Looker was simultaneously investigating from law enforcement perspective. Technical improvements address Diamond and Pearl's performance issues, including battle slowdown during certain weather effects or moves, with Platinum running smoother through optimization that development team achieved during additional years between base versions and enhanced version, allowing them to understand hardware better and to code more efficiently for DS. Capabilities that initial games hadn't fully optimized, creating gameplay experience that felt more responsive through reduced lag during battles that Diamond and Pearl had struggled with when rendering particular effects. That overtaxed engine that Platinum refined through better optimization. Platinum sold approximately 7.06 million copies worldwide compared to Diamond and Pearl's combined 17.67 million, creating typical pattern where enhanced third versions sold less than paired base versions that launched earlier and that had larger combined install base from players who purchased one or both versions before enhanced version released. Despite lower sales, Platinum received critical praise for improvements over base versions and was generally considered definitive Sinnoh experience that addressed complaints while adding substantial content, making it preferred version for players experiencing Sinnoh for first time, who had choice between original releases and enhanced version. Generation IV's most important mechanical innovation was physical special split that made individual moves, rather than entire types, physical or special, replacing Generation I through 3's system, where type determined whether all moves of that type used attack and defense, or special attack and special defense, regardless of whether specific moves logically seemed physical or special, based on their animations or descriptions. This change affected every Pokemon's competitive viability through making movesets matter differently than they had previously when entire types were locked into physical or special calculation methods. Before Generation 4, types like Fighting, Bug, and Ghost were physical types, meaning all moves of those types used attack stat, even when specific moves like Shadow Ball seemed special in nature through projectile-based animation, suggesting ranged attack rather than contact move that physical designation implied. Similarly, types like Water, Grass, and dragon were special types, meaning all their moves used special attack, even when moves like Waterfall or Dragon Claw seemed physical through contact-based execution that special designation didn't acknowledge through forcing all moves of special types to calculate damage using special attack, regardless of animation or conceptual basis. The split liberated move design, allowing fighting-type special moves and water-type physical moves, creating diversity within types that had been mechanically restricted to single calculation method, preventing Pokémon whose stats didn't match their type's designation from being fully viable. For example, Gengar had high special attack but Ghost type was physical before Generation 4, meaning Gengar couldn't effectively use Ghost type stab despite being Ghost type itself, because all Ghost moves used attack stat that Gengar's offensive distribution didn't favor through having high special attack with mediocre attack, creating situation where Gengar avoided using moves matching its primary typing because those moves calculated damage using wrong offensive stat. The change dramatically affected numerous Pokémon, including Sneasel, whose high attack suddenly could use Dark-type stab effectively through physical Dark moves being introduced, where previously Dark was special type, forcing Sneasel to use Dark moves with special attack that was much lower than its attack, creating inefficiency where Sneasel's best stat couldn't be used for moves matching one of its types. Similarly, Absol gained viability through physical Dark moves, allowing it to use Dark-type stab with its impressive attack stat, rather than being forced to use special Dark moves that didn't benefit from offensive stat distribution that heavily favored physical attacks. Conversely, some Pokémon lost effectiveness through split, making their stats misaligned with how their stab moves now calculated damage. Alakazam maintained effectiveness because Psychic-type moves remained special, matching its high special attack, but Pokémon, whose stats had been aligned with pre-split system but which mismatched post-split move designations, found themselves less effective than they had been before change that made some previously strong Pokémon weaker through their main attacking moves, no longer using stat that their distribution optimized. The split required rebalancing entire competitive metagame as players discovered which Pokémon benefited and which suffered from change that affected type. Matchups importance through making coverage moves available in physical or special variants, allowing Pokémon to use coverage matching their offensive orientation rather than being forced to use coverage moves that calculated using weaker offensive stat, because no alternative existed when entire types were locked to physical or special. The rebalancing took time, as competitive community experimented learning optimal movesets under new system that required reconsidering everything that 3 generations of competitive play had established about which Pokémon were strong and which strategies were viable. The long-term impact made subsequent generations' battle systems significantly more flexible through allowing move designers to create physical and special variants of any type, enabling diverse move pools that could accommodate different stat distributions without types, limiting which Pokémon could effectively use them. This flexibility improved game balance through making more Pokémon competitively viable by providing moves matching their stats, regardless of their typing that had previously restricted effectiveness when types determined calculation method rather than individual moves, having designations that could vary within single type, creating diversity that 3 generations had lacked through blanket type-wide restrictions. Generation 4 introduced online trading and battling through Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, creating worldwide connectivity that replaced previous generations' local-only multiplayer, requiring physical proximity between players whose systems needed cable connections or wireless adapter hardware for interacting. The online features democratized trading by making it possible to complete Pokédex without local friends who played Pokémon, and without needing multiple systems for self-trading that previous generations had required when trade, evolutions, or version exclusives needed obtaining. The global trade station allowed asynchronous trading, where players deposited Pokémon with requests specifying which species they wanted in return, with other players browsing available trades and completing exchanges when finding offers they wanted without both traders needing to be online, simultaneously coordinating trade timing. The GTS revolutionized trading through allowing players to offer Pokémon and then continue playing while waiting for someone to accept trade that could complete hours or days later, when suitable trade partner discovered offer and decided to accept, creating system where trading didn't require dedicated time coordinating with specific individuals, but instead functioned as marketplace where offers existed until fulfilled. However, the GTS suffered from unreasonable requests, including impossible trades, demanding level 9, and under Arceus, or similar legendaries that couldn't legitimately exist at requested levels, making those trades unfulfillable. Clutter that wasted browse time when players encountered numerous impossible requests from users who either didn't understand level mechanics or who were trolling by posting offers they knew couldn't be completed. Additionally, hacked Pokémon circulated through GTS because no verification prevented modified Pokémon from being traded if they passed basic legality checks, even when they possessed illegal move combinations or stats that legitimate play couldn't achieve. The Wi-Fi Plaza provided virtual space where up to 20 players could gather simultaneously using Mii characters as avatars, participating in mini-games, including Mime Jr., matching game and Wobbuffet pop-up game that tested reflexes and memory in casual party game contexts that didn't involve Pokémon battles, but which provided social interaction between players from around world who gathered in Plaza for playing together. The Plaza represented an attempt at creating persistent online social space where Pokémon players could interact beyond just trading and battling, though it remained underutilized by players who primarily used online features for trades and battles, rather than for casual mini-games that Plaza offered as alternative multiplayer activities. Online battles through random matchup allowed competitive play against worldwide opponents whose skills varied from casual players using story teams to competitive players using optimized teams, creating matchmaking that didn't account for skill tiers, making battles unpredictable regarding opponent strength. The lack of proper matchmaking meant beginners might face competitive veterans, creating one-sided matches that weren't satisfying for either party when skill disparities made outcomes predetermined, though system allowed anyone to experience competitive battling against human opponents whose unpredictability exceeded AI opponents' programmed behaviors, making even unbalanced matches more interesting than battling computers whose patterns could be learned and exploited. Friend codes required exchanging 12-digit numbers with trading or battling partners before adding them as friends who could be contacted directly for coordinating sessions, creating cumbersome system that modern online gaming had moved beyond through usernames and friend lists, but which Nintendo's security concerns about children's online safety led them to implement despite user-unfriendly nature that made adding friends tedious compared to modern systems. The friend code system reflected Nintendo's conservative approach to online features, prioritizing safety over convenience in ways that frustrated adult players while presumably protecting younger audience from unsolicited contact that more open friend systems might enable. Voice chat was conspicuously absent from online features despite DS having microphone capable of supporting it, with Nintendo's concerns about inappropriate language and about predatory behavior leading them to disable voice communication between players who weren't registered friends, and to limit even friend voice chat to specific contexts rather than allowing general voice communication during battles or trading. This restriction reflected Nintendo's protective stance toward young audience, while limiting social aspects that voice chat could have enhanced for players wanting to communicate during battles or trades beyond preset text messages that covered basic communication needs without allowing free-form conversation. The Wi-Fi connection's discontinuation in 2014 ended Generation 4's online features, making GTS and online battles unavailable, creating preservation challenge where games became incomplete experiences, losing functionality that had been central to their design but which server shutdowns eliminated permanently. The loss demonstrated risks of online-dependent features in physical game releases, whose online components can be removed by publisher decisions, leaving incomplete products that future players cannot experience fully when servers no longer exist supporting features that games were designed around. PAL Park provided method for transferring Pokémon from Generation 3 games to Generation 4 through utilizing DS's Game Boy Advance cartridge slot for reading Generation 3 saves and transferring 6 Pokémon daily from Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire Red, or Leaf Green into Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum. The transfer was permanent, one-way process that moved Pokémon from Generation 3 to Generation 4 without possibility of returning them, creating commitment where players had to accept that transferred Pokémon couldn't return to Origin games if transfer was regretted or if player wanted to restart Generation 3 game that Pokémon had been transferred from. The transfer process involved catching transferred Pokémon in park environment through special encounters, where Pokémon appeared based on what species were transferred, with different areas containing different transferred Pokémon requiring players to locate and catch their own Pokémon that they had transferred, creating unusual situation where ownership was confirmed through catching process rather than through automatic team addition that most transfer methods would use. The catching requirement created light gameplay element, making transfer more interactive than simple menu-based transfer would be, while ensuring players engaged with transferred Pokémon rather than just dumping boxes of transferred Pokémon without acknowledging them individually. Limitations included 6 Pokémon per day transfer cap, preventing mass transfers of boxes simultaneously, with restriction presumably existing for encouraging gradual transfer rather than instantly moving entire Generation 3 collections in single session. Though limitation frustrated players wanting to transfer large numbers quickly, who had to wait days or weeks for completing transfers that daily 6 Pokémon limit prevented from finishing rapidly. The restriction created time gate that probably intended to maintain Generation 3 games' relevance by preventing immediate complete abandonment after Generation 4 released, though it primarily just inconvenienced players rather than meaningfully protecting Generation 3's longevity, which diminished naturally as players moved to newer generation. Transferring from Generation 3 required specific conditions, including having seen all Sinnoh Pokédex Pokémon in Generation 4 before Pal Park unlocked, creating progression gate, preventing immediate transfer before experiencing Generation IV's native Pokémon that developers wanted players to encounter before importing favorites from previous generation. This unlock requirement ensured players experienced new content before retreating to comfortable familiar Pokémon from previous games that unrestricted early transfer would enable, allowing players to ignore new Pokémon in favor of transferred favorites that they were already attached to from previous generation experiences. Certain Pokémon, like Pokémon from Generation I and II, could only reach Generation 4 through first transferring them from those games to Generation 3 via various methods, then transferring from Generation 3 to Generation 4 through Pal Park, creating multi-step process for moving Pokémon across generations that required owning games from multiple generations and having hardware capable of running past them. This created preservation challenge as older games and hardware became harder to obtain, making transferring early generation Pokémon increasingly difficult for players who hadn't completed transfers before older hardware became scarce. Sinnoh's influence on Pokémon franchise extended beyond Generation 4 through establishing mechanical and narrative foundations that subsequent generations built upon, with physical special split permanently changing battle system, and with creation mythology providing framework that later games referenced through revealing more about Arceus and about relationships between legendary Pokémon whose powers structured universe according to lore that Sinnoh introduced through extensive mythology explaining cosmic origins. The emphasis on mythological world-building elevated Pokémon's narrative ambition through taking series mythology seriously in ways that previous regions hadn't attempted as comprehensively, with Sinnoh's creation myths providing detailed cosmology, explaining how universe began and how legendary Pokémon shaped reality during creation period when time, space, and consciousness emerged from primordial void. This mythological depth influenced later generations, including Kalos's life-death dichotomy and Alola's dimensional travel themes that built upon foundation that Sinnoh established through demonstrating that Pokémon could support complex mythology without overwhelming child-friendly adventure format. The technological advancements that Generation 4 pioneered, including touchscreen utilization, online connectivity, and dual-screen gameplay, influenced how subsequent DS and 3DS Pokémon games approached hardware capabilities that Sinnoh games first explored in franchise context. The lessons learned from implementing these features in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum informed how Generation V and beyond utilized similar hardware, creating iterative improvements that refined what Generation 4 had introduced through trial and error, discovering what worked well and what needed improvement in future implementations. Competitive battling's modern foundation was established through physical special split that remains fundamental aspect of battle system in all subsequent generations, with Generation 4 marking clear before and after point where competitive play dramatically changed through move designations, affecting viability of Pokémon whose effectiveness depended on whether their moves matched their stat distributions. The competitive community that formed around Generation 4's improved balance and online features, established practices, and expectations that shaped how competitive Pokémon developed in later generations, that built communities on foundations that Generation 4's online features first enabled. Sinnoh remakes were long anticipated by fans who wanted updated versions with modern graphics and quality-of-life features, with Pokémon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl finally releasing in November 2021, approximately 15 years after original Diamond and Pearl's 2006 debut. The remakes were developed by ILCA rather than by Game Freak, creating controversy when artistic direction prioritized faithful recreation of original games rather than reimagining Sinnoh with modern game design philosophies that Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire had employed when reimagining Hoenn. Pokémon Legends Arceus released in January 2022, providing alternative Sinnoh experience set in ancient Hisui region before modern Sinnoh civilization existed, with action RPG gameplay departing from traditional turn-based battles, creating experimental title that explored what Pokémon could be beyond established formula that mainline games followed. Legends Arceus's success demonstrated appetite for Pokémon games exploring different formats and different time periods within established regions, creating possibilities for future legends, titles visiting other regions during historical periods showing how those areas existed before contemporary games timeframes. Sinnoh's Pokémon designs influenced later generations through establishing aesthetic trends, including more mechanical-looking Pokémon like Dialga and Palkia, whose armored appearances differed from organic designs that earlier legendaries predominantly featured, and through introducing pre-evolutions and cross-generation evolutions that completed older families, demonstrating that Pokémon from any generation could receive new stages in future games. This willingness to revisit and expand existing families continued in later generations, though less extensively than Generation 4's numerous additions to previous generations' evolutionary lines. The region's cold climate and mountainous terrain inspired similar geography in later regions, including Galar's Crown Tundra and Paldea's northern mountains, showing that Sinnoh's environmental diversity influenced how later games approached regional geography through incorporating varied climates and elevations, creating visual and gameplay variety. The success of Mount Coronet as central landmark dividing region demonstrated effectiveness of using major geographical features for creating regional identity and for structuring player progression through multiple required traversals, revealing new paths as HMs unlocked access to previously blocked areas. Gym leader characterization reached new heights in Sinnoh through leaders like Volkner, whose boredom with weak challengers created personality beyond just type specialization, and through Maylene, whose inexperience and self-doubt made her relatable rather than just being obstacle that player overcomes. These characterization approaches influenced later gym leaders who received more developed personalities and backstories than early generations' relatively flat gym leaders whose identities rarely extended beyond their type, specializations, and their roles as badge distributors, rather than as characters with personal stories and development arcs. The Battle Frontier established gold standard for post-game competitive facilities that subsequent games struggled to match or exceed, with Generation V and VI's substitute facilities being simpler than Emerald and Platinum's frontiers, creating disappointment among players who wanted varied challenge formats that Battle Tower alone couldn't provide. The frontier's absence from later games became recurring complaint from competitive players who missed facility variety, that challenged different skills through formats that single battle tower equivalent couldn't replicate. Sinnoh's champion Cynthia achieved iconic status through her difficult battle and through her characterization as helpful mentor figure whose assistance throughout adventure made her championship reveal satisfying narrative payoff, creating one of franchise's most memorable final bosses. Her popularity influenced later champions whose characterization received more attention than earlier champions who appeared primarily during championship battle without substantial presence during adventure, creating less emotional investment in encounters that felt more like mechanical obstacles than like meaningful confrontations with characters players knew. And so, we conclude our comprehensive journey through the Sinnoh region, having explored everything from its Hokkaido-inspired geography, through its creation mythology, through its mechanical innovations, through its lasting impact on Pokémon franchise across nearly 2 decades since Diamond and Pearl, introduced Generation 4 to audiences worldwide. We've discovered how Sinnoh pushed Pokémon forward through technical achievements that utilized DS hardware, through narrative ambition that took mythology seriously, through competitive innovations that permanently changed battle system, and through content density that provided hundreds of hours of gameplay across main story, contests, underground, battle frontier, and post-game challenges. Sinnoh represented Pokémon's maturation into franchise confident in complexity and in depth, willing to explore philosophical questions about creation and consciousness through legendary Pokémon embodying fundamental forces, willing to implement mechanical changes that disrupted 3 generations of established type relationships through physical special split that improved balance while requiring community to relearn competitive fundamentals, and willing to provide varied content acknowledging that different players wanted different experiences beyond just battling through gym challenge toward championship. The region's influence persists through remakes and through legends, Arceus demonstrating continued relevance of Sinnoh's setting and characters years after original games released, through competitive battling that still uses physical special split as fundamental mechanic that every subsequent generation builds upon, through mythological framework that later games reference and expand when introducing legendary Pokémon whose relationships to creation deities establish their places in cosmic hierarchy, and through design philosophies about regional geography, gym leader characterization, and post-game content that Sinnoh established or refined. For many players, Sinnoh represents formative Pokémon experience, whether as first generation or as beloved return to franchise after break from earlier generations, creating nostalgic attachment to region whose snowfields, mountain caves, and mythological depths captured imaginations during childhood or adolescence, when games felt limitless, and when discovering distortion, world's impossible geometry, or defeating Cynthia's Garchomp represented genuine accomplishments, worth remembering decades later, when adult responsibilities occupy time that once stretched endlessly for exploring every corner of Sinnoh, seeking hidden items and legendary encounters. The region's legacy ensures that Sinnoh remains relevant topic within Pokémon community through ongoing discussions about whether Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl successfully captured original game's spirit, through debates about whether Legends, Arceus represents future direction that mainline games should pursue, or whether it should remain experimental spin-off, separate from traditional formula, through competitive players maintaining that physical special split was single most important mechanical change in franchise history, and through fans continuing to praise Cynthia, continuing to enjoy Sinnoh's soundtrack, continuing to appreciate the ambition that Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum demonstrated through attempting comprehensive mythology and through providing content depth that justified hundreds of hours spent exploring everything that Sinnoh offered. Sleep now, dear friends, having completed this exhaustive exploration of Sinnoh that covered geography, Pokémon, characters, mechanics, facilities, features, and legacy across 5 parts totaling hours of facts about region that shaped Pokémon franchise and that shaped childhood memories for generation of players who experienced it during formative years when Pokémon mattered most. May your dreams carry you to Mount Coronet's peaks where legends dwell, to underground's tunnels where treasures await discovery, to contest halls where Pokémon shine beyond battle, and to all the places throughout Sinnoh that made this region unforgettable for millions who explored its depths and who found magic in the snowfields and myths of the region, where time, space, and consciousness were born. Thank you for accompanying this journey through Sinnoh's every corner, through every Pokémon that calls it home, through every feature that made it special, and through every memory that made it matter. May Sinnoh forever hold place in your heart as region where adventure felt epic, where legends felt real, where friends were made both human and Pokémon, and where the journey from Twin Leaf Town to Hall of Fame created memories that time cannot diminish, and that no Darkrai nightmare can steal from recollection. Rest peacefully in knowledge that Sinnoh exists, that its myths and mysteries remain waiting for rediscovery, that its Pokémon continue living in games and memories, that its lessons about friendship and determination continue inspiring, and that somewhere in imagination or in cartridges sitting on shelves, the region where gods walk among mortals continues offering adventures to those brave enough to begin journey with Turtwig, Chimchar, or Piplup as partner for exploring land where time began flowing, where space took form, where consciousness awakened, and where players discovered that sometimes the most powerful forces in universe aren't the legendary Pokémon who shaped creation, but the bonds between trainers and their partners who journey together through challenges that forge friendships transcending pixels and code to become real in ways that matter most. Good night, dear trainers of Sinnoh. Sleep gently beneath stars that Cynthia watches, beneath time that Dialga governs, within space that Palkia structures, knowing that your adventures in region of myths and mountains will forever remain part of who you became through playing, through exploring, through discovering, and through remembering. May your dreams be filled with the wonder of first seeing Dialga emerge at Spear Pillar, the satisfaction of defeating Cynthia after many attempts, the joy of completing Pokédex, the excitement of finding shiny Pokémon in tall grass, and the peace that comes from knowing that no matter how much time passes, Sinnoh waits in memory and in games for return visits, whenever nostalgia calls you home to region that shaped your love for Pokémon and that showed you that adventures matter, not for destinations reached, but for journeys shared with partners who became friends and who became family through bonds, forged in battles, in contests, in exploration, and in quiet moments between conflicts, when you simply appreciated being in a world where Pokémon were real. Sleep well, champions of Sinnoh. Sweet dreams of legends, of friends, of adventures, until we meet again in Sinnoh or in dreams. Good night forever, dear trainers. The journey is complete. Rest now in Sinnoh's eternal peace.